Good evening, it's at 5:01 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is now open. The first bid is 2022-060, statistical appraisal of real estate located within the corporate limits of the city of Warwick, effective December 31st, 2021. Who's speaking on that, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Good evening. Neil Dupree, Director of Assessment. I just want to state for the record that this is myself on this project. My wife works for one of the vendors, so Peter was my boss to take on the assignment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Peter Schaefer.
Unless you know where you have an update.
I've been working with the Assessors Association for 20 years, so when Neil indicated he had to recuse himself because of a family member employment, I was going to put a team together actually to review the proposals, but when I saw the bids and I saw the detail that both vendors responded, I didn't think that was necessary, and it was a very substantial lower bid from Vision Government Solutions, which we used 3 years ago, and I'm very comfortable with the selection that's proposed here.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Mr. Schaefer. The only thing that jumped out to me is that there are these sort of incidental expenses like printing and data entry, and there's some assumption in here that the city is going to take on some of that. Are you comfortable with all that? And
Well, Neil would like to have his staff do as much of this as possible. Now, it depends upon staffing levels and other factors, and Vision has given us more opportunities to save money if city employees can do that work. So, and that's what he had asked for. There's also a cost item by both vendors if there's something that he can't do, which would typically be because we're not able to maintain staff or we lose people. But he's comfortable, from my talking with him, the job specs include people doing these kinds of things. They've done it in the past. We hope to be able to do more of this going forward to reduce the cost of using a vendor.
okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Three questions, just because this is a significant item and I'm sure that a lot of people are watching it. First, the statistical reappraisal or reval process that is mandated by the state.
Yes.
Second, we as a city council, city administration have no control over what their findings are in terms of we can't tell them how much to value a particular property at. It's their job to do that independently.
No, it's using professional standards that are used statewide. The state has some regulations on what those standards are. So that's correct. We cannot tell the vendor to increase all marinas by 50% or whatever. That's not going to happen.
Makes sense. And lastly, the statistical reval is As to the city, it's revenue neutral in terms of how ultimately the state law mandates that we as a city apply those results.
Well, I would say so, because typically if values are up, the rate will go down. And so collectively across all properties, it's revenue neutral. But I think as a standard, you know, it's typical, some neighborhoods improve. Some neighborhoods, the value hasn't depreciated or has declined in value. There can be a fluctuation between commercial values and residential values. So overall, it's revenue neutral. But there will be some people whose values proportionally are higher than before, 3 years ago, and there will others that will be lower than 3 years ago. And the same applies between the commercial and residential mix.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to have those questions answered here, a matter of public record, as this comes up every 3 years and it can significantly affect many residents, many business owners across the city.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we'll move on. Bid 2022, thank you, Director Schaefer. Bid 2022-109, Land Evidence Indexing Services.
Hi, Lynn Nebraska, City Clerk's Office. It's a 56-6 requesting the land evidence contract. It's a 5-year renewal. It's for the indexing services, all recording in the land evidence.
And I see on your statement paper, it's reduced, the pricing is reduced by 78,000.
The price is reduced, correct?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Members of the council, any questions from members of the public? Members of the public? Seeing none, we're moving on. Bid number 2019-210, State of Rhode Island Telecommunications Services. Thank you, Lynn.
Good
That
evening.
is, sorry, that's found on page 25. Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Director.
Good evening. My name is Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. We're requesting an increase in spending authority requirements along with an extension of the through date on bid 2019-210. The increase is for $108,698.80, bringing the 4-year total of this bid to $396,508.15. And we'd also like to extend the through date to June 30th, 2022. Some background on this. This is referring to the radio circuits we use for both fire and police. Mandatory, obviously, for public safety. Verizon, these are copper, old technology. Verizon has been increasing consistently to the contract's allowance, but consistently trying to get us to move on to a new technology. If you remember last year, we were able to move the fire department through their efforts onto an ocean circuit, which dramatically reduced it by, I think, $7,000, $8,000 a month. It was, or $3,000 a month, but it was a dramatic reduction in it. This year, we have put money into the budget to do a broadband project, which we are incorporating the police effort. With police, it's not quite as easy because you not only have to change the circuit, you have to change the back end equipment, but we do have the money in the budget, and that will be a project we're starting up probably within the next 6 weeks. Unfortunately, it's not going to probably affect the significant amount of this year's spend, but hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, we will have everyone switched over to Ocean, which is a much more, it's a more modern methodology for communications, but also it's a much more affordable offer that they've been making us rather than Verizon. This includes a slight portion to cover 2 invoices out of 2021. While we had the money in the budget, I lost track of the spend on this, it's a rather odd situation in that the finance department actually covers the PO. This is approved by fire and police. I never really see the invoices other than reviewing them past tense. And it was past the last council meeting date for me to get it in. And that's why those invoices had come in and they told me we had run out of spend authority. So I'm adding that spending authority to cover up last year's budget money and then move it forward this year. That's the most confusing one I have tonight, so that's about it.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mr. Director. Are there any questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Members of the public? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Director. We'll move on to the next bid, 2021-216. This is firefighter hoses. Good evening, Chief. You have the floor.
Good evening. Assistant Chief Jason Umbenhauer from the Fire Department. Fire Department is seeking a 612 alteration of contract for firefighting hoses to increase the spending authority by an additional $92,500. Back in January, the council awarded the fire department $168,000 as part of a federal grant to replace the firefighting hoses on all of our apparatus. We bought that equipment and it's been on the trucks. It's being placed on the trucks right now as we speak. But we did realize a savings in the bid itself on hose and equipment. So we do have some excess funds. With that excess funds, we would like to buy more hose to equip all of our reserve apparatus and to buy some excess hose that we could use during the decontamination and cleaning and possibly repair of the hose that we have. That's within the scope of the grant, so it's federally funded. We're looking to increase the award by $92,500 for a new total spending authority of $260,500.
Thank you, Chief. So again, this is spending authority. This is all grant money. This is, as you explained, left over from the grant that your department received from the federal government, and you're just now extending it to buy the hoses for the reserve fleet so that they have the best in new equipment.
That's correct. We've already got approval by the federal government, by FEMA, to use those excess funds to buy additional hose outside of the initial scope of the grant.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Members of the council. Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
The next item found on page 48 is State of Rhode Island Wireless Cellular Service. Mr. Director.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 5610 to piggyback off the State of Rhode Island's MPA number 299, which is effective 1/1/21 through 6/30/24, covering wireless communication services and equipment. The bid to Verizon Wireless for cellular services in the amount of $86,360. There's a breakdown by department. Put simply, this covers the city's supplied cell phones to all departments, broken out this way. It also includes a number of data circuits, hotspots, so to speak, that we use in the fire trucks.
Thank you, Phil. And once again, this is a piggyback off the state. So the state went out for bid and we're just riding on to that.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Just a quick one, Director. Are there any departments on here that formerly didn't? I guess the question is, are there any big changes here from cell usage like the last time we did this?
There has been a reduction. We continually go through these. Coincidentally, I had 5 of them this morning that I was running past the director of the sewer authority that we had suspended. So as we have folks that'll terminate for whatever reason, retirement, whatever, we do get notified. We suspend their service so the city's not getting charged. We let it go for a period of time to see if the position's filled. If it is filled, we just turn the phone over to them. If not, we cancel the phone. One of the nice things with the state bid is we, unlike typical citizens, do not get serviced any penalties. So we can cancel. I think we have to keep, if we have a phone for less than 2 weeks, we have to send it back. After that, there's no charge. So we do monitor this on a regular basis. And I'd say we're down slightly from previous years. We've gotten rid of some of the cell phone usage.
Thank you.
Any other further questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Seeing none. Thank you, Chief, Director. State of Rhode Island Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Equipment. Chief.
Department is requesting a 5610 piggyback of state MPA number 577, which is public safety and emergency preparedness equipment. The department's requesting a spending authority not to exceed $59,250. These funds will be used to purchase equipment under 2 grants that we have through Rhode Island Emergency Management. They're 100% reimbursable. One is for our hazardous materials team and one is for our technical rescue team. Both are regional teams that we have here in the fire department. And they would like that spending authority to be able to use to buy equipment under the state MPA.
So understanding you correctly, Chief, that this money's going to be spent, however, it's 100% reimbursable.
Correct.
So
Both of the teams are given money for training and for equipment because they're regional teams and we respond regionally, not just within the city.
Sure.
The Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency gives us money for equipment and training. And this would be the money that's budgeted from them, reimbursable to the city for equipment.
Thank you so much, Chief. Any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief. State of Rhode Island Public Safety Communications Equipment. You have the floor again, Chief.
So the department's requesting another 5610 to piggyback state MPA number 395, which is public safety communications equipment. The department's requesting a spend authority not to exceed $50,000. This is a state MPA to Motorola Solutions, which is the only vendor that's authorized to work on the state's radio system, which the fire department operates off of. So this money will be used to replace the communications equipment, mostly in the dispatch center that's starting to age out that we need some costly replacements for.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
The next item is workstations, laptops, tablet printers, copiers, computer peripherals.
No, hi, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This request is under City Ordinance 56-6, exception to bid for workstations, laptops, tablets, printers, copiers, and computer peripherals. The effective date for this request would be through June 30th, 2022. The purchases will be made out of the MIS hardware budget code 25231, and the spending authority will not exceed $50,000. This is our annual request for replacements on our computer set, tablets, and all the stuff that goes with it. We have to replace our inventory within the city is about $150,000. Through some efforts over the last few years where we've spent more than that to try to catch up, we didn't really keep up with it for quite some time. We're at the point now where I'm trying to rotate 1/3 of the inventory each year to maintain, we do some waterfall, taking a machine that may not be good enough for one job and move it down to something else, but that has some issues of its own. So for the most part, we're trying to replace our inventory each year, 1/3 of it. That way we'll never get back to the point, hopefully, where we have to do a massive replacement all at once. This is a little bit of a reduction because we've added in copiers. As you know, we still have not picked a copier partner for this, so we're just replacing, judiciously replacing them as necessary. So we've just included that cost in here because we're really kind of melding the two. We're getting multifunctional printers, which are computer equipment, but they do the job of one of the larger copiers just on a smaller scale. As we have done in the past, we're requesting this as an exception. Each time we go out, because computer technology changes so rapidly, when we go out, I can't tell you today what the model is going to be that we buy, but what we've agreed to do and what we've been doing is every time we go out, we take the specs of what we want to buy, we send them out to at least 3 of the approved vendors. They all give us quotes back. We take the lowest quote, so we basically do a mini bid each purchase. And then we put all that paperwork together with the purchase order to be audited at your convenience.
Thank you, Director. I have a quick question. Can you go over the contract period again? When did you, could you just discuss that again?
The contract period would be until June 30th, 2022.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it would actually start the 2022 and go until 2023. So I thought you said that when I saw it here. Okay. So it's effective whenever this is approved till June 30th, 2022. Understood. And this is a phase out of the old equipment, modernizing the new equipment.
Same thing. As
Okay.
they fail, break,
Sure.
replacement needed.
Makes sense. We desperately need that in a lot of things. Questions from committee? Questions from council? Questions from council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, Phil. Okay, next item is 2021-034 HVAC maintenance and repairs for city-owned buildings. Let me say that not so Rhode Island, city-owned buildings. Thank you.
Good evening, Krista Moretti, Public Works. Department is requesting to extend this expiration of this bid until August 29, 2022, as well as increase the cap $50,000 for the additional year.
Thank you. Members of the committee, any questions? Members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Christy. Christy, could you just give us an overview of what expenses you're anticipating or repairs you're anticipating to do with the $50,000?
Well, right now, we have several ongoing issues in several buildings. Police department, we have issues in fire stations. We just had an emergency call for the animal shelter over the weekend. They had no air conditioning. And this also covers public works, water, any of the, like the Connecticut substation, any city building as long as it's not a school that is run by the school department.
So you say you have issues. Give us some examples of the issues that you have currently that need to be repaired.
Well, right now we're going to have a bill for the animal shelter. The police department is in need of 2 new units. They're limping along, but it is one of them does the second floor, one does the first floor, and the first floor one is not functioning well at all.
What were these units? I can't hear you well.
They're heating air conditioning units.
Okay.
And they're on the roof. At any given time, something fails, whether it's in a fire station or one of the city buildings or the police department. I get calls after hours and on weekends quite a bit just to notify me that, something went down, expect a bill, that kind of thing. So anything anticipated, I don't have anything specifically scheduled, but we have a lot of failures.
And do you have any monies left in that account currently?
In 66,340, yes, we started with $168,000 this budget cycle, as well as there's money, $10,000 that is allocated for McDermott Pool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions for members of the council? Questions for members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you. Hearing none, that concludes the items that are 50,000 or higher. We'll now move on to the rest. I'm going to call on members of the committee, then the council, then the public to identify bid items that they would like to discuss. I would like, per request of Director Carlucci, that we discuss bid 2022-090. That is item number 11. That does go with it. All right. Was it just that one bid item? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what was that number again?
The item, it was item number 11, bid number 11, 2022-090, emergency services software. We will be discussing that. That is also found on page 81. Are there any requests from members of the committee on items to discuss? I have bid number, please. Oh, okay, hold on. I have to, number 23. No, that's fine. We will be discussing bid number 23, which is 2016-341 per request of Councilman Gebhardt. Are there any requests from members of the council on the bid package to discuss? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few items. Item number 10, 2022-081. Item number 15, 2021-288.
I'm sorry, one moment. I apologize, Councilman.
Sure.
So you said bid number 10, 2022-081.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And what was the next one?
Bid number 15, item 2021-288.
Yes, sir.
Bid number 20, well, it's actually 20 on the list. It's bid number 2022-069.
That is, yep. That's item number 2020. Okay.
Item 28, bid 2022-29A, 29B, and 29C. And 29D.
So bid numbers 28, 29, 30, 31.
Yes.
Got it.
And item number 34, 2022-091.
Councilman, I'm going to read back to you just to make sure I got them all. Is that fine?
Sure, that's
Thank
good. Yep.
Bid number 10, bid number 15, bid number 20.
Hold on, Chair.
Oh, certainly. Would you rather I say the bid numbers themselves?
No, item 10 is fine. Item 15 I got. Go ahead. Item 20 I've got.
Item 28 through 31, so 28, 29, 30, 31,
Correct.
and 34.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No, that was. Are there any other requests on the bid calendar from members of the council? Are there any requests from the bid calendars from members of the public? Any requests from the bid calendars from members of the public? Seeing none, we will start with item number 10, 2022-081. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a conversation that every time this bid comes up, we have on the council floor. And, I just like to go along with tradition on this. This is an item that the taxpayers paid to have developed by a city employee, which is Purvis. I believe this is the item that essentially follows the route of Purvis. And every time this comes up, we have the same conversation about having to pay again for something that was developed by a city employee on the city payroll. And I still feel this is something that should be and has always should have been a proprietary program and not something that we need to continue to pay for. So I'm not looking for, any questions. It's just something, Mr. Chairman, I think you've heard this before since you've been on the council. Just want to put it back out there again and keep that, in the informational chain.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
I have a
Just for full, I'm going to request the questions because we had a conversation on it. Before I ask for questions, I apologize, Chief. I didn't realize you went up to the podium. Go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Assistant Chief Owen Howard from the Fire Department. Just for clarification, that software that you're referring to, that was subject of those inquiries at that time, we stopped using in 2016. That software is no longer supported. The piece of software that we're presenting tonight was purchased in 2016, has absolutely nothing to do with the piece of software that was investigated in the past, okay? So for the last 5 years, we've been using a completely different piece of software. All right?
So this is the first time that I'm hearing of this, but I appreciate you putting that clarification, Chief. And we can now, I guess, put this to rest. So the Purvis program that the taxpayers paid for is no longer in use and has not been in use since 2016.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Just to keep it legal, are there any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you so much. We'll now move to bid 11, 2022-090 per request of the director, Mr. Carlucci.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a 56-6 to award CruiseSense LLC the bid for the emergency software. This software package is used by police and fire to do the very complex scheduling that's necessary when you're dealing with the shifts in emergency services. However, the original request was for $27,334.80. I would like to reduce it. The police department has existing software that they use elsewhere that they feel can accommodate their needs for a vast majority of this. So they've given me a reduced number of licenses to purchase for this year. However, I'm still in negotiations with the company on trying to reduce this and how much notice they need and all of that good stuff. So it's my request we could reduce the request from $27,334.80 down to $20,000 even. I am confident that I will be wrapping that up in the next couple of weeks and that it will be no more than $20,000. So we'll just spend what we have and close out the rest of it at that point in time. But there will be a reduction because of the police department's efforts.
Thank you. If I may have a PCR before we continue. Thank you. It'll bid number 2022-090 will now be PCR 99-21. So before I make a motion to amend, are there any discussion from members of the committee? Questions, discussion from members of the council? Questions or discussion from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion to amend PCR 99-21 from $27,334.80 to $20,000?
Motion to so amend.
May I have a second? Second. Oh, sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion as amended?
I make a motion for favorable action as amended.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One at a time. They got lazy. No doubt. I'm gonna go grab Councilman McElroy's. So Director Carlucci, what were you talking about? Having to replace equipment? What was that? We good to go? Yeah, we're good to go. We said we're done. I think we're all set now. Yeah. Excuse me. Next will be bid 2021-288. That is item 15. To be discussed per request of Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. My comments on this are just in the interest of full disclosure. I want to put it on the record that I do know the owner of Affordable Auto Body is actually one of my constituents. I have done business with him from time to time. Having said that, that does not hamper my ability to make a fair and equitable decision on this item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. We're batting zero. Thank you, Councilman. Were there any questions from members of the committee or the council on the statement made by Councilman Lattiser? Any questions or concerns from members of the public? Thank you. Seeing none, we will now move on to bid 2022-069, Medical Examinations Police. This was requested for discussion by Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to hear from the police department regarding these examinations and what specifically the requirement is for these. If you would, please, Major.
Yes, good evening. Mike Lima, Admin Major at the Warwick Police Department. So in order for an officer to get hired by the police department, there's certain criteria that they have to go through. One of them is a psychological test as required by the police academy. They go through the entire process for us before we schedule those. We try to minimize the amount of failures that we have due to the price of these exams. So it's one of the very last steps in the process before they get hired.
And this exam is a requirement which really has nothing to do with whether or not they're hired. So even if they're not hired, the exam still has to be paid for.
That's correct.
And did you say it's 14 officers right now?
We anticipate maybe 14. We have quite a few openings right now. We anticipate more retirements in the next year. And this also just includes those possible candidates that take the psychological exam and then don't pass them.
Very good. Thank you, Major.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item we will discuss is item number 23, that is bid 2016-341, automated solar compacting trash receptacles. Sorry. Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Christy. On this one, so this one is looking at past expenses, I think. And then I guess my question was, it talks about that these are part of a 5-year agreement, partially funded by a grant. These are covering last year's expenses. Are these still in place and still in use?
Yes, there's 10 units around Oakland Beach, around the beach area, in the green area. This bid is transitioning back to the Public Works Department. This is the last year of the lease. It expires December 12th of this year. We do have an outstanding bill right now for the lease payment of $13,000. I forget exactly, $13,069, I think. And then we also have anticipated lease property tax payments. The city of Warwick charges this company property tax, and then they pass it along to us, so.
Fun.
The $7,000 increase is to just take care of those last couple of bills. We do still have $8,345.55 available in the cap, just not enough to pay the last lease payment. There were some, when it was part of recreation, there were some repairs made and the property tax bills.
Okay, and then these are budgeted in this year's for whatever the ongoing lease payment is and any incidentals.
Yes, this will satisfy the lease payment up and for the expiration of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Foley.
I didn't hear the answer. You might have said it. How many are there right now, the solar compacting trash
10.
units?
There's 10.
Are there plans to increase that number?
No, in fact, within the next month or so, we have to evaluate whether or not what the status will be with these, if we're going to keep them, what the costs will be for us, if we have to buy them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Christie, in your position paper, it says the department is requesting to increase the award of this bid to cover these expenses in the amount of $10,000. What you're requesting is $7,000. And can you explain to us the difference where you have 10,000 in outstanding invoices for whatever reasons, and that you're requesting 7,000?
So that $10,000 number was actually a mistake. It should have read 7,000 because that's all we're requesting is 7,000.
Okay, so in the position paper, the 10,000 was
It should read
a
7.
clerical error, and it should have been 7,000.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Seeing none, thank you. The next items up for discussion, Councilman Lattiser, we're going to do 28, 29, 30, 31. If you don't mind, this is a general discussion on all of them. Would you like to include them as individually or as an open discussion on all 4 bids?
If you don't mind, Chairman, I'd like to add item 26, bid 2021-397, if I could.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So,
Christie-
sorry, Councilman. So we just added, per request, Councilman Lattiser, item number 6, 2021-397. And I'm sorry, Councilman, 1 second. That is found on page 188 in our packet. Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Christie, I know it was late in the day today. I had contacted the director, Director Earls, with a question on the invoices for the maintenance repairs of these forklifts. And it kind of caught my eye because in my business world, I get particularly annoyed when vendors, let's say, nickel dime me. And one of the things that I noticed in these invoices is it's consistently charging you $12 for travel, freight, pretty understandable, miscellaneous merchandise, doesn't really describe what it is. The freight, it doesn't show us an invoice for freight. And you can't even read the invoice on most of this stuff. I'm sure you folks know how to interpret this handwriting here, but I certainly can't. And I know it was mentioned that it may be a contractual requirement that allows them to charge us this $12 travel. Keep in mind, they're not coming from Westerly. They're coming right here from around the corner, basically. It's right out of Cranston. Could you enlighten us on that, Krista? I'm sure you didn't have time to get back to me because I did call Eric late this afternoon.
It's actually not a contract. We don't have a contract with this company, so we are required, I guess you could say, to pay what their charges are. And yes, they did come out 3 times, so for a total of the $36 in travel. But it's not, if we had a contract with them and they didn't include it as part of their bids, then we would not pay it, but we don't have anything with this company at all, other than we need your service.
So they could charge us whatever they want for travel. We don't have any, there's no guide, there's no bid in place with this company where you just use them as you need them, or?
We very rarely use this company, but there was an issue with the forklift at the annex building. They were, moving all the stuff out to other buildings and whatnot, and they needed this piece of equipment to do that. So they did have it fixed, and it was last fiscal year. We did pull a purchase order for $450, unsure of how much it was going to cost, but in the end, it did exceed that, obviously, by $698.62.
Well, I just, I just can't buy into that. We're being charged for travel in addition to, very generous hourly rate for their services. But if that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. What's that?
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions for members of the committee? Follow-up question, member of the committee. Questions for members of the council? Questions for members of the council, members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Councilman. We will now move on to item number 28. And if Councilman, as I said, at your will, if the issue combines all 4, we can discuss all 4.
Yes, just bear with me one moment.
Certainly. Item number 28 is bid 2022-029 Alpha, and then of course it goes Bravo Charlie Delta on the other 3, and it's quarterly fire alarm panel inspections and testing.
Correct. We can take 2022-29A we can use 29B, 29C. Yeah, so I guess we're going to use, you can do them all at once. So here's where my question is. We're listing precision alarm as the low bidder. And I'm not quite sure if that's so accurate when I look at the detail. So here's what we have between precision and electronic alarms. Keep in mind, electronic alarms is also a Warwick-based company. Total inspections for the year, they're both at 4,800. The first half hour, a precision alarm is at 100 and electronic alarm is at 125. The per additional half hour is 75 for precision alarm, 99 for electronic alarms. But here's where my concern comes in. There's 2 points of concern here. One is, with precision alarm, you have in footnote 1, and they're charging a minimum of 4 hours required for any service. So whether it's an hour, half hour, 3 hours, or 4 hours, they're charging us for a minimum charge of 4 hours at $265 per hour, where electronic alarms is charging $339. But you're not getting hit for a minimum of 4 hours. So I don't see, unless you tell me the lion's share of your service is less than 4 hours and overtime, or I should say more than 4 hours in overtime, I don't see where precision alarms is the best deal. And then the other concern is the mock-up on the replacement parts. Precision alarm is going to be catching us for a 50% mock-up on the parts. I don't see any listing of any parts here either. So again, we come back to the moving target of what's the price we're talking about. This saying a mock-up over vendor cost for replacement parts of 50%, where electronics alarm is 10%. And then we have to factor in the 7% difference for our local contractor based here in Warwick. So I don't see where precision alarm is the best deal in this case, Mr. Chairman, unless DPW can tell us that the lion's share of the repairs that are done are, outside the scope of that 4 hours.
Thank you, Councilman. Before I refer to you with those questions, Christie, I'd like to say that I can tell you that I actually got a couple phone calls, Councilman, about these over the course of the week. And I had a discussion with all the departments. And I did not get to speak to the animal shelter, but I did speak to DPW on Friday. I spoke to the chief on Friday and today, and I spoke with the major all about this on Thursday. So one of the things that we did look at was the 7%, and obviously electronic fills that. The questions I asked Christie are similar to what you asked, and I'm going to ask the questions now in comment, if you don't mind, Christie. Well, let me back up. Also, if there is a repair that's needed on the fire alarm, from speaking with the chief, if there's a repair that's needed on the fire alarm and it needs to be repaired after hours, they can hold it over until it goes back to regular business hours, and therefore there should be no cost of the after hours. All the repairs, for the most part, can be done during regular hours. because the fire department, I apologize, has the ability to override or to hold that system until it's needed. Christy, you said that during the inspections, there have been limited repairs on the items.
Yes, there have been limited repairs. With this bid, we have the lion's share of the cost associated with it. So in reviewing this bid, first off, yes, we looked at the cost of the quarterly inspections, which is, they're both identical. Secondly, we went to, or at least I went to, the hourly rate, let's say. The difference between the two vendors is $49 an hour. So we're going to pay electronic alarm $49 more an hour to come out and fix something rather than Precision. And then as far as the overtime, I don't think I've ever, and I've been doing this for a long time, I don't think I've ever called the fire alarm company for after-hours service. So, you know, it's a number to consider, but it's not, doesn't weigh extremely heavily on our decision. And as far as the markup can be, I can get a smoke detector from the two vendors, and one of them can tell me it's $100 and the other one can tell me it's $50. But how do I know? You know, I'm taking them at their word. So if I go with one vendor and their markup's 10%, but they're charging me $100 and it's really a $50 item, I'm actually going to pay $10 more than I would with the other vendor that's 50%. I don't know if I'm explaining that, like, but so for our point of view, as far as the city is concerned, and I do understand that there is that 7% with the Warwick vendor, but and you know, I respect that, but it's our job to also make sure that we're getting the best value for our services and commodities. And in this case, we feel that it's Precision Alarm.
If I may, Mr. Broska, you had something you wanted to say? You had your hand raised at one point? You're all set? Okay, thank you. I apologize. So who do we use, and who do we have an established relation? This also was a question I asked, Councilman. Who do we use and who do we have an established relationship with?
We've used both vendors. Currently, we have Precision Alarm, and we've had them for the past couple of bids. We had Electronic Alarm for a very long time. I think we get a little more communication with Precision as far as paperwork and reports, as for the quarterly reports, like the actual report of how the alarms tested, what they tested. We get those from Precision. They were spotty with electronic, but we knew that they were being tested. I just feel that Precision is the company that we should award this bid to.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question for you. I think I heard you say that you spoke to the fire chief or deputy chief, and they indicated that if they have an alarm failure after hours, that they can override that alarm until the next day?
I might have used the wrong word as override, but I'll refer, if you don't mind, Chief, if you don't mind coming up and clarifying my comments. I apologize for putting you in that position.
So typically when the fire department responds to an alarm sounded, especially if it's in a city-owned building, we have the ability to isolate a zone. So if there's a trouble with one detector, we can isolate that zone out so just that detector is not alarming or in fault. We leave it in a fault condition, and then we have them contact the alarm company, or we would contact the alarm company since we all use the same vendor, and have them come out first thing in the morning in order to come out and replace that detector or correct that condition. Typically, we wouldn't call them at 2 o'clock in the morning to come out for repair work for a single detector.
So where would doing something like that be appropriate? Are we talking about a smoke alarm in sleeping quarters? Are we talking about a fire alarm in, a part of the department that is somewhat isolated? Where are we talking about? Are we talking about smoke alarms? Are we talking about fire alarms? We talking about burglar alarms? What type of alarms are we talking about that if it goes off at after hours, which for most businesses after hours, let's say is 5 o'clock, if there's a failure with that alarm, that the fire department will override it, is my only word at this moment, override it until the next day. Where would something like that occur, or when would something like that occur?
So that would typically be the discretion of the fire officer that responds. Whoever the person in charge of the scene responds, these are going to be either smoke detectors, heat detectors, or a device like triggered by a sprinkler system, like a flow valve or a tamper switch. Majority of the time, these issues are fault conditions. So it's a problem with a device. It's not a problem with a system. And even if the alarm company, if we called them out there at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a good chance that they wouldn't have that device readily available to them because there's just so many brands, so many types, so many sizes. So that officer would make a decision on whether or not there was enough protection, residual protection around it, collateral protection around that device, that if there was an issue, especially if in the middle of the night when it's not occupied. Most of the time, we're talking about non-occupied buildings. This was a residential, this would be a commercial building, but this was a residence like a hotel or something like that. It might be a different situation, but in a city-owned building, more than likely after hours, they're not occupied buildings. So they rely on other detectors in the area if there's adequate protection in the area, and they have to isolate one of those devices out. They will do that until the alarm company can respond.
So this would be for city-owned buildings. It's not something that would take place in a motel, a hotel, let's say Warwick Housing Authority properties or anything like that?
I would say more than likely not. I mean, again, the discretion of the fire officer at the time, this is all situation dependent. How many detectors are out? What kind is it? Where is it? What kind of occupancy is it? That's all what they make that determination. But yeah, I would gather that if this was something that was an occupied building overnight, then they probably wouldn't make that exemption. They'd have the alarm company come out immediately.
Because in having this conversation, I recall, I think it was a couple of years ago, where there was a pretty large outcry about the fire alarms or lack of fire alarms in at least one of our school buildings. And what was required was to have a fire watch in those school buildings during that time because it was of such significant concern. And when I'm hearing about isolating an alarm for conceivably 12-hour period, particularly in the evening hours, sleeping hours, it does ring a concern because we always talk about health, safety, and welfare. We always talk about the importance of all of these additional safety features that we put into place. And I just mentioned a moment ago about the Warwick Housing Authority. So if a fire alarm fault were to occur in one of the properties at the Warwick Housing Authority, would that be an alarm that would be overridden? And if it were, would the fire department be posting a fire watch in that particular location, given the fact that there are a large group of people who reside there?
So if the building is occupied at the times that the alarm system is down, we're either going to have the alarm company, if they can immediately respond, to have them respond to repair the fix, or we would have to post a fire watch if it's an extended period of time where the fire alarm can't be taken care of. In the situation with the schools, when their fire alarm systems were down, the fire detail, watch detail was there, was only there while the building was being occupied. So while there was nobody in the building, there was no fire watch. If there were people in the building, workers or staff members, then we would post a fire watch.
Chief, Councilman, if you don't mind, just We're discussing DPW, fire, police, and the animal shelter. So if we could stay on those four bids, discussion of those and the possibilities. Thank you.
No, Chair, I understand that, but I'm not the one that brought up the subject of, disarming or circumventing alarms or whatever. And when the question was.
No, you're
when it was
correct, but I
broached out there-
brought that up and I used the wrong wording. I've already acknowledged I shouldn't have used the word circumvent.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But the deputy chief has also alluded to the fact that, that does happen. And I think we're kind of getting to the crux of the matter now and getting to the point that I would like to make so that it's on the record that when something like this occurs, at no time is it an occupied building such as the housing authority, the fire department. You folks have alarm systems in your buildings, right? We have people who are working there around the clock. It would be an isolated situation where it was in a city-owned, unoccupied building at that time of the default. Is that fairly accurate to say?
That's accurate.
Okay. And so there's another good point with the animal shelter. The animal shelter may not be occupied around the clock by human beings. I'm assuming that's not. So what about the animal shelter? The animal shelter, I would say it's fair to state that at any given time is occupied. It may not be occupied by human beings, but it's certainly occupied by the animals that are there. Would an alarm be circumvented there, or would it be handled and reactivated by whatever means it takes?
Again, that would be the discretion of the fire officer. He would have to, every situation is different. I mean, we can't just generalize on these things. What the occupancy is it 5 o'clock in the morning and they come on at 7 o'clock in the morning? How many devices and what kind of devices are in fault? How many devices surround that device? I mean, there's a lot of things that they have to take into account when they make these decisions. So that would really be a decision by the fire officer at that moment. I can't generalize on it.
Okay, it's at the discretion of the fire marshal. And what does the fire marshal use as a guide for the discretion to determine whether or not an alarm, a fire alarm, will be corrected, fixed in the animal shelter? What discretion would the fire marshal use in deciding not to activate or have that alarm fixed in the animal shelter right away?
That would be the fire code.
It would be what?
The fire code.
The fire code. Okay. And in your opinion, does the fire code, would the fire code allow for that alarm in the animal shelter to remain inoperable for any period of time?
Fortunately, you're outside of my expertise now. I don't work in fire prevention. I am not the fire marshal. I never studied the fire code. So that would be something for somebody that works in the fire prevention division to answer those questions. Such as the chief.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Chief McMichael.
Councilman Peter McMichael, Fire Chief, City of Warwick. The fire code would be based on what the hazard of the building is. So if there was a hazard to life safety by leaving that building unoccupied or unprotected rather by a fire alarm system, then a fire watch would be in place. That fire watch could be, if it's the case of the animal shelter, it could be a employee of the animal shelter that could be called in to watch the building overnight until the normal business hours started when they call back the fire alarm company. So each individual occupancy is going to really have an effect on whether or not it is safe to leave that building without some kind of protection. And again, there's really a million scenarios we could be discussing, whether it be total failure of a system or just one detector that is inoperable and in need of replacement or repair.
Okay, so I think you addressed it, Chief. You said it would be predicated upon life safety, and I'm sure we agree. We're talking about the life safety of human beings as well as the animals that happen to be in that animal shelter as well. It's the life safety of all, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for broaching the subject.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other comments from members of the committee on this topic? Members of the council, Councilman Ricks.
Just to respond briefly to a comment earlier. So the comment had to do with vendors may charge different amounts for different parts. There are many different parts that may come up here, different brands, different types, sizes, etc. And so it's hard to do that comparison shopping and know right offhand if one vendor is in fact charging the 10% over their price, and whereas a different vendor is stating that they'll charge 50% over their price. But although this might be an area where a vendor might be tempted to hide the ball, obviously if a vendor is saying that they are charging 10% over the price that they pay and they end up charging the city of Warwick more, then that's something that we should be looking into. And if it appears that that vendor is cheating the system, not abiding by the contract, trying to cover up, that would be fraud. And I would expect that that vendor would be referred to by the city to the Attorney General for prosecution. And just the threat of that being out there, which all vendors should be aware of, should be sufficient for them to do the moral and ethical and legal thing of abiding by the terms of the contract. But if a vendor is trying to pull a fast one, and especially with the internet nowadays, it's not that hard to look up all of these different prices, do some comparison shopping. If some red flags are being raised, I'd expect that that would be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions or comments from the audience? Questions or comments from the public? I see a hand up. 4678281. Phil, if we could unmute, please unmute yourself. Thank you. Introduce yourself, please.
Barbara Walsh. I just want to thank Councilman Lattiser for his concerns about the animal shelter and fire. There have been 2 huge fires at refuges and farms in the last few months, where hundreds and hundreds of chickens at Buffoni Farms and parrots at Foster Parrot Rescue were killed in fires, which is a horrible way to die. And it was hundreds at both places. So it can happen. It happens fast. And I'm really happy to hear the concern for our animals here in Warwick, and that the fire department would consider them a high priority for doing whatever needs to be done to protect them. So I just want to thank both parties for that.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Okay. The next item would be item number 34, bid number 2022-091, rental a sanitary trailer. That is found on page 235. That was per request of Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. This is more of a curiosity question. I'd like to hear about the description of a $7,000 commode, if I could. I found that number, that was like, now, there's an eye opener for you.
It's actually showers and,
Shower.
yes.
And $7 grand. Could you tell us about that, please?
Well, they have a failure at Station 2 under the cement floor with the sewer plumbing. So to that end, they can't use their facilities and they can't leave the station. I mean, obviously unless there's an emergency, but they can't be relocated. They're covering, that area of Warwick in the north end. So, and our emergency provision was to get them something to use.
So what precipitated the need to do this in the first place? Something happened with the plumbing somewhere, right?
Yes,
So-
it was actually the 4th of July that I received a phone call from the building maintenance supervisor. And then we had a conference call with our director, and that there was, it was backing up in through the floor drains and I believe the kitchen sink. So to that end, obviously they couldn't use their facilities. And we had, to kind of punt at that point and provide them something just for basic human needs. And I managed to find this company to deliver this trailer on Monday morning, July 5th. And now we're the floor is being, the pipes are being repaired. They started last week.
And how long ago did this occur?
I got the phone call on July 4th.
I'm sorry, July 4th. Okay. So $7,000 for this trailer is for how long?
1 month.
7,000 for a month.
We expect that they'll pick it. It's through August 2nd, and we expect that we'll be done with it by then.
That's pretty interesting. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions concerning this from members of the committee? Members of the council, Councilman Rick.
With the Mike just went on. Thank you for coming prepared with the explanation on that. Especially since this is a rental that appears to be by the month at $5,000 a month, I would just put out a suggestion that if it turns out that it takes longer for the pipes to be repaired, I believe that a house that's adjacent to the station is actually for sale. Without getting into any kind of detail, I think that the house may be vacant, and perhaps if it's a matter of another week or something, maybe some sort of arrangement could be worked out since it would be practically on site.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Any comments or questions from members of the public? Comments or questions from members of the public? Seeing none, if I may have a motion on the full consent calendar.
Motion for favorable action?
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are now moving on to the Finance Committee agenda. That's okay. Thank you. There are no minutes to accept, so we are moving on to item number 2. PCO 16-21, ordinance regarding modifications to the method of calculating value exemptions. Council President McAllister.
I request favorable action.
Thank you, Council President. Any discussion from members of the committee? Members of the council? Again, this is for second passage. Members of the public? We have, thank you. When you come to the microphone, please identify yourself.
Hi, it's Richard Langseth, Bud Long Farm Road in Warwick. And I note that there have been no minutes for the city council since March. And I hear this is a second passage. I don't know how you can do a second passage if you haven't gotten the minutes for the first passage. And I'm really very upset about this. I don't know why the city can't have minutes of its meetings. It seems like we're getting into a very, very desperate situation here in city government. And I'd like to hear an answer about why there's no minutes. Why you went right through the, would you approve the minutes? No, we don't have any minutes. Don't you realize that this is a public body and you should be having minutes every month? I urge you not to pass this because you don't have the minutes for the first passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members of the public? Any other comments from members of the public? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye. PCR 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. Councilman Sinapi.
Request that be held, please, to the September meeting. I think it's the 20th, but mine might be inaccurate.
Did you say September 20th, Councilman?
Yes.
We have a motion to hold per request of the sponsor till September 20th. So move it.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item number 4 is PCR 94-21, formerly bid 2022-031, purchase of automated side loader refuse vehicle. This is an item that we held last month, and from speaking to DPW and the mayor, this goes under the lease purchase that the mayor, working with the council, came up with, where we can update our fleets to better serve the citizens. And they had a vehicle that they wanted to test, and they went through the systems, and I guess they decided to go with the original thought. Christy, I'll let you speak on it.
They did try out an electric vehicle. It was the original design for an electric side loader. They are re-engineering, actually. It has some issues. The batteries would overheat. There was some cracks in the housing. So our automotive chief was not comfortable with purchasing these, and to that end as well, they originally said they'd be about $320,000 and then said $350,000, so which exceeds either bid that we received. So we are requesting to award this bid to Ballard Mac in the amount of $992,604 for 3 vehicles. However,
well, there we go.
The vendor won't change. The Ballard Mac vendor won't change. So either way, we're buying these vehicles from Ballard Mac. The issue for us is with the body. The body that we originally chose, which is from Sanitary Equipment, it's a Labrie body. Their lead time is extensive. This New Way company, one of our mechanics went up and looked at it, looked at the arm, said it's identical or better to the Labrie one. They have verbally promised 90 days for delivery. So we actually asked them to put that in writing. So we are, in the event that we can't get these New Way bodies, we're asking for the higher amount. However, and I've been checking my email, waiting for that to come through, that actual written confirmation. I haven't gotten it yet. This is our worst case scenario request, $992,604. If we can get the New Way bodies, we will go with the New Way bodies, and the purchase would be $958,500, which would save us $34,104. But either way, our vendor is Ballard Mac, because we're paying the company that provides the cab and chassis, and then they in turn pay the body company.
So for clarification, you're just looking for authorization to go out, get the vehicles, but you don't know the cost as of yet.
It won't be more than $992,604.
Okay.
And
so-
hopefully it will be less.
And if it does come to 958, then that'll stay in that fund?
Yes.
Okay.
But the issue is that, we're looking for a commitment, and we're trying to go with the body that will get us the vehicles the quickest, because we are having a lot of issues.
Yes.
So.
Numerous delays on the pickups. I
Yes.
saw, yeah, old fleet. And what you're trying to do also, and I know that Director Schaefer spoke of this, I know the mayor spoke of it, is when we first transitioned over to the grab trucks, I call them, the side loaders, if you will, we got them all with a grant all at once. So
Yes.
now that all those vehicles are now aged, besides the two that blew up in the yard, they're all aged.
Well, some of them have been replaced. I think it was 1994 when the city took sanitation back over. So yes, the whole fleet was purchased at one time. The oldest truck that we have right now, I think, is a 2010. The newest one we have, which we purchased, well, two, we purchased used, I think, are 2018s. So it's everything in between. We are,
Yeah.
but we have a lot of mechanical failures. And so we're trying to make the best decision for the city. But either way, it's the same vendor. It just depends on which body we get, which
Sure.
one will get us the trucks more quickly.
Right. Well, I commend you, Chrissy, and I commend the director and DBW because you guys really were out there testing those equipment, seeing what's the best deal. And I'm really happy, even though we all want to go with the environmentally safe, if you will. However, it's, believe it or not, still is, some people don't,
Yeah.
it's new technology. It's still new.
And,
So they're
and
still
maybe once they
figuring it out.
re-engineer and work out the bugs and
Right.
stuff, maybe it might be the way to go, but for us right now, it's not.
It's just not. No, we need dependability. You're absolutely right. We got too much vested in that. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Members of the council? Members of the council. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, you mentioned that you have a guaranteed 90-day delivery commitment from this vendor. In that agreement that you'll put together, will there be a penalty clause in place if that 90-day agreement isn't adhered to?
We don't actually have, we have a verbal commitment right now. We don't have an actual agreement in place. We've been scrambling for the last couple of weeks trying to get this all worked out. We figured worst case scenario for us at this point is we come before the council, we say, these are our options, these are our timeframes. We're doing the best we can to get us the vehicles, because either way, these vehicles are going to be great for us. It's just a matter of when we can get them delivered. So as far as a penalty clause, it wasn't part of the bid. I don't know that it's something that we could levy on them at this point, but if we can get the vendor to commit to 90 days at this point, it's a win for the city of Warwick.
Well, I don't disagree with that. And I think you have done an excellent job in the research, the trial with the electric vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. And kudos for that. One of the important factors here is one vehicle with the body that you originally wanted is going to take a significant amount of time to get, which has encouraged you, and rightfully so, to go with an alternate body that will function and do what you need. Maybe it doesn't have a couple of bells and whistles, but the big caveat is a 90-day delivery. And I think we'll all agree that that would be very upsetting if you don't receive, through no fault of yours or the department's, if you don't receive a 90-day delivery and this gets stretched out to 120, 180 or worse. Because I can assure you the problems that I experience in my world with deliveries of anything. So for me, I think that I would like to see certainly a guarantee in writing with some sort of consideration if they don't deliver that vehicle to you in 90 days. I mean, you can handle 90 days, you can handle 95, but if this thing turns into 6 months or 7 months or 8 months, and conceivably it can, because I experience it every day. So do what you want. That's my recommendation, is that something be put to paper that says we get these vehicles in 90 days, and if we don't, some sort of consideration with a bit of reasonableness to a 90-day structure. Getting anything, Chairman, is a major problem.
Right.
And great job, Christie and Eric. I spoke to Eric a couple weeks ago about these vehicles, and yeah, I think you did a really good job in doing the research, and particularly just coming before the taxpayers and say, hey, listen, you know what? We tried something. We thought it might be a good thing, and before we buy onto it, we realize it's not so good. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gebhardt.
I have just a quick point of clarification. We've referred to this particular vehicle as the electric trash vehicle, but it's just the loader apparatus that's electric, right? Not the actual vehicle.
On the electric one, yes, but it has its bugs that need to be rectified before the city could consider purchasing anything like that.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public? Okay, thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. PCR, item number 5, PCR 95-21, 2022-032. This was part of the 3 vehicle pack. Rear loader sanitation vehicle. Christie.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to Ballard Max Sales and Service in the amount of, I'm sorry, I guess I should have put my glasses on. Oh, $245,000.
Thank you, Chrissy. Any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all. Item number 6, PCR is 96-21, formerly bid 2022-048, purchase of a 2022 or newer roll-off refuse vehicle. Christie.
Public Works is again requesting to award this bid to Ballard Max Sales and Service in the amount of $206,168 for the purchase of a roll-off vehicle for the department.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
Favorable action. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Great discussion. The time is now 6:33 and the Finance Committee is closed.
Yes. the plywood here between materials, labor, nails, scrap, et cetera. What do you want to do? But it's crazy.
Good evening. We're going to start the next committee. Thank you very much. I just want to make a quick announcement just for procedure for this evening. We are right now in the ordinance committee. We will, however, pause the ordinance committee at 7 p.m. where we will start the council meeting. We will do roll call, the Pledge of Allegiance. We have the guests that are going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we have a guest speaker this evening. And then we will go back into the ordinance committee. So we will work through. Everyone will get an opportunity to speak. I just want to give everyone the heads up that we will be pausing the ordinance committee at 7 p.m. to start the formal council meeting, do a few things, and we'll go back into the ordinance committee and the rest of the committees this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, may I ask a question, please? This is a question prior to the committee. Is the public going to be allowed to comment on particularly the solar issue?
Absolutely. This
Okay.
is just
Thank
like
you.
every other meeting. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance will convene at 6:40 p.m. First, acceptance of minutes. There are none listed. Next, we have PCO 6-20, Sub A, ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinances, regulations for the installation of solar energy systems. It's under me. And I know Mr. Murray's here to answer any questions people might have. First, are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? And personally, I know I'm reserving my comments, at least for now. Go ahead, Mr. Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman. I've heard from multiple members of the public on this issue. And while, based on my review of PCO 6-20 Sub A, I understand that people are reasonable people, reasonable minds may differ. A zoning ordinance, something of this nature, is as much as one would prefer to build consensus. A major change, something of this nature, there are always going to be some disagreements. However, although on the merits of it, everything that the proposed ordinance would do to give additional protections to old growth trees, for example, buffer zones, other land use considerations that many other developments would not have to comply with. I have been persuaded by multiple constituents, multiple members of the public who live here in Warwick, that as a matter of best practices, the city should give more opportunity to members of the public to review the ordinance prior to enacting second passage, including, for example, having the minutes available of the meeting of the first passage, and some other concerns were brought to my attention regarding registry for notification of changes to the zoning ordinance. Based on those particular concerns, it would be my preference to hold second passage for at least 1 month. I would suggest the second meeting in August, which would be August 30th, so as not to have undue delay. However, I am not going to make that a motion at this time until the rest of the committee, at the pleasure of the chair and the city council, have an opportunity to speak, but at that time that it is appropriate, I would intend to move to hold the hearing on this for 1 month to August 30th.
And I almost forgot, I got to turn to Solicitor Pecchia real quick on some of the concerns that were raised.
Thank you, Councilman. So I was asked to address some of the concerns that were raised by constituents via email. I think the recurring theme was about whether this PCO was properly noticed. As I stated on the record at the public hearing about this, PCO 620 was legally and properly noticed pursuant to 2 separate titles of Rhode Island state law. Those being Title 45, Towns and Cities, Chapter 24, zoning ordinances. That requires notice in the newspaper of general circulation for 3 weeks prior to the meeting. That was completed by advertisement in the Warwick Beacon. The second item, there's a second area of law which the City Council is bound to as far as notice is Title 46, which is the Open Meetings Act. In addition to the notice via circulation in the newspaper, this item was also placed on the agenda. As I'm sure several people in this room are aware, our agendas must be posted with the Secretary of State website 48 hours prior to any meeting. That was done properly in June, and the sub-A was properly advertised for this meeting. So the council is within its purview to legally move forward pursuant to those notice requirements and having satisfied those notice requirements.
Thank you. And I know some committees have comments and questions, et cetera, go on and on, and then do request to hold. I do the opposite. So if you would like to hold, Councilman, I'd prefer you make the motion now.
Thank you, Chair. I would, there we are. Thank you, Chair. I would then move to hold to August 30 of this year.
Motion made. Are there any seconds? Seeing none, the motion fails. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? All right, members of the council. I see Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Ricks brings up an interesting point about the registry and the legal requirement of having this registry. I'd like to hear a little more from Councilman Ricks about specifically the registry and how it applies to not just this matter, but all matters relating to proper process and notice. And after he gives that dissertation, then I would like to request an updated formal opinion from Attorney Peshka.
Through the chair, if I may. Thank you. This was something that was brought to my attention by a Warwick resident. It's my understanding that pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, Section 452453G, that the city of Warwick, along with all other cities and towns in the state of Rhode Island, must maintain a registry of contact information of Warwick residents, or I suppose others, who sign up for to receive email notification or other notification on zoning ordinance changes. I am not certain whether Warwick has that registry and is otherwise complying with the requirements of that registry. This is not to point the finger at anyone at all, because when this law was passed, I believe in 2013 or 2014, I'd have to dig into it a bit to get all those details, but the folks at the city clerk's office back then aren't the same as the folks now who would be in charge of this. And until an issue is raised, sometimes it's difficult to spot the unknown, as opposed to when the status quo is maintained up until the issue is brought to one's attention. So since I haven't heard on it, I would like to receive some answers on whether we have this type of registry and whether the existence of the registry so that people can sign up for it has been advertised.
All right, and Councilman Lattiser, you said you wanted a legal opinion of some sort?
Well, first, I'd be interested in hearing, I would assume, from the city clerk as to whether or not the city of Warwick even has this registry in place. I think the question had been asked, but I'm not sure if it was answered. So at this time, I would like to ask that question, whether or not we have this registry.
In that registry, as far as I know.
And this is a Rhode Island general law requirement that we have this registry? The question through the chair to Councilman Ricks.
Reading of the ordinance yesterday was that it appears that it is a requirement to maintain that registry. And so while I would certainly defer to our council solicitor on the effect that that would have on any other past zoning ordinances, I wouldn't necessarily think that due to the appeal period, it would necessarily affect them, although I'm certainly not making any sort of legal opinion on that. I do think that moving forward for matters that are not currently passed, such as this one, that we should take care to comply with all of those requirements, even though under the various other sections, it is my understanding, and I do not question, that the city has complied with the various advertising requirements and notice requirements for the meetings, as well as the in-print advertising. All the same, if this particular requirement to have this registry is mandated, which from my reading of it, again, not acting to give a legal opinion, but simply reading the language of it, if this particular requirement is mandated under these circumstances, then moving forward, I would certainly want to see that it is complied with here, as well as in terms of any other zoning ordinance amendment that the city council would consider.
Through the chair to Councilman Ricks, could you read that regulation you're referring to into the record verbatim?
Certainly, we'll just want to pull it up first. Pardon me one moment.
I have it ready, if you'd like me to read it into the record.
Thank you.
And maybe I'll do that at the same time as answering your question, Councilman. So I've read through this statute. I'll go ahead and read it into the record, but I would like to state that my opinion does not change. The council is still legally able to move forward based on the notice that was given for the June 21st meeting and for this meeting. I'll read the statute verbatim into the record, and then I'll explain why. So we're looking at RIGL 452453 subsection G. Notwithstanding any of the requirements set forth in subsections A through E, each municipality shall establish and maintain a public notice registry, allowing any person or entity to register for electronic notice of any changes to the zoning ordinance. The city or town shall provide public notice annually of the existence of the electronic registry by publication of notice in a newspaper of general circulation within the city or town. In addition, each municipality is hereby encouraged to provide public notice of the existence of the public notice registry in all of its current and future communications with the public, including but not limited to governmental websites, electronic newsletters, public bulletins, press releases, and all other means the municipality may use to impart information to the local community. Subsection G1, provided, however, notice pursuant to a public notice registry, as per this section, does not alone qualify a person or entity on the public notice registry as an aggrieved party under 452431-4. So we've read that into the record. Again, my opinion does not change about the council's ability to move forward with the second passage today, because that is a distinct issue from notice. As I mentioned at the top of this meeting, the notice requirement in two places in Rhode Island law can be found in 452453 subsection A. The city or town council shall first give notice of the public hearing by publication of notice in a newspaper of general circulation within the city or town at least once each week for 3 successive weeks prior to the date of the hearing, which may include the week in which the hearing is to be held. That was done. That was done in the Warwick Beacon every week leading up to June 21st. The second place that I mentioned at the top of this hearing where notice is required is the Open Meetings Act. That is pursuant to Title 46. That was done. The meeting agenda was posted well before 48 hours prior to the meeting. I think Clerk DeBrusca does it every Thursday. So that was satisfied as well. Subsection G is a separate and distinct issue from satisfying those notice requirements. Whether or not this database is maintained has nothing to do with the fact that we satisfied notice for that meeting. So my legal opinion does not change, and I appreciate Councilman's analysis, and I appreciate Councilman Lattiser's questioning. Unfortunately, my opinion on this matter does not change. I believe that we are legally able to move forward. We have satisfied all the notice requirements. And notwithstanding that, even though, or whether or not, like it's not my office's purview to keep the registry, there were 2 other places where the public had notice, which satisfy 2 separate state laws. I would also point the council's attention to subsection H of the same statute, 452453, which reads, "No defect in the form of any notice under this section shall render any ordinance or amendment invalid, unless the defect is to be found intentional or misleading." So unfortunately, my analysis does not change. I believe that the council is legally able to move forward with the second hearing. Public notice was had in conformance with 2 separate sections of state law, as is required. A public hearing was had at length, almost 3 hours on June 21st. As Councilman McAllister stated, he would allow members of the public to speak today again, but it is my legal opinion that we are able to move forward with second passage today.
Mr. Chair, I have another question for legal counsel.
Fire away.
Thank you. So, Counselor, I would like to hear your legal interpretation for what this means. this line, it begins with notwithstanding any of the requirements set forth in subsections A through E. What does that mean, notwithstanding? What does that mean?
It
I'm not an
means
attorney,
in
so-
addition to those requirements, there should be a registry. However, this is a separate and distinct item. It does not affect the notice. As I read in subsection H, no defect in the form of any notice under this section shall render any ordinance or amendment invalid. So notwithstanding any of the requirements set forth in subsections A through E means in addition to providing notice, there should be a registry. However, the absence of a registry or potential absence of a registry does not invalidate the notice that was properly satisfied back in June.
But you said should. This doesn't say should, it says shall.
But that's not the question you asked, sir. You asked me what, notwithstanding any of the requirements set forth in subsections A through E, and I answered your question.
You
At
did.
least I hope to your satisfaction.
You did.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that. I'm just commenting on your last comment where you said should establish. It says shall establish.
Okay, and again, in addition to that comment, notwithstanding the existence of a registry, it does not invalidate the notice that was properly satisfied by 2 areas of state law, which is why I will again repeat my legal opinion that we are able to move forward with second passage today.
Great.
I cannot comment on what other departments do, so I can only say what's in the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification for the record.
We're going to go ahead and stop here, given that the 7 p.m. start time is rapidly approaching, and then we can carry on.
Chairman, if I may make one brief comment.
I think we're going to pause now, let people stand up, stretch their legs, and we're going to start the council meeting promptly at 7 p.m. We will do roll call, pledge of allegiance. We have a special guest who's going to speak to us, then we will come right back into the ordinance committee. Thank you.
I'm going to stand right here. Hi, Mary Beth.
Good evening, everyone. It's 7 PM. We're going to start the city council meeting. Councilman Gephardt?
As you're aware, I'm in the meeting. No, Mike Zara. Mike Zara. Mike knows full well I'm in the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. I call the Warwick City Council July 19th, 2021 council meeting to order. The following options are available to access this meeting. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on the smart device or on a PC via the web at zoom.us and clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right of the page. The web ID this evening is 978-8786-9794. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers. Non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you may be responsible for. The first number to try this evening is 1-646-558-8656. The next number is 1-301-715-8592. The next number is 1-312-626-6799. The next number is 1-669-900-9128. The next number is 1-253-215-8782. The next number is 1-346-248-7799. Toll-free numbers from anywhere in the United States, you can try 1-877-853-5247. The next number is 1-888-788-0099. The next number is 1-833-548-0276. The next number is 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you experience trouble connecting via the toll-free number, please try the next number on the list. You will then need to punch in the web ID, which is 978-8786-9794 on your touchtone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or a PC, click on the raise hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and further discussion, the participant will be muted again and will need to click on raise hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If phoning in, punch *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to comment or ask a question. All of that information is on our website this evening, and we are also here in person. So feel free to come down to City Hall chambers on the 3rd floor and come visit us. At this time, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe? Here. Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi?
Here.
Ms. Travis? Here. 9 present.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have a special guest that are going to join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask Mr. Cody and his family to please come to the microphone. Councilman Sinapi, Gephardt, can you just make sure the microphone is on for them? So I just want to introduce you, then we will have you guys lead in the pledge. So Mr. Cody last we, a couple weeks ago, posted a great positive thing that happened in the city of Warwick. And he talked about how he brought his family to the fireworks in Oakland Beach. And his young daughter, who's here this evening, was a little excited and went for a little fall. And he just looked around and he wanted to see, if there was anybody that could help them, so they didn't have to go home and patch her up. And he saw a police officer. So the police officer came over, he checked on her, and he said, "Hold it, stay right here. I have a firefighter friend that can help patch her up." And the firefighter came over, and they patched her up. I believe she got a little gift as well. And come to find out that the police officer in question is our colonel, the police chief, Brad Connor, and the firefighter happens to be our fire chief, Colonel McMichael. So it was very, very exciting, and I just love the positive, putting it out there, letting everybody know of the experience. I have never met Mr. Cody before. I reached out to him. I loved it. I know it got a lot of things. So before we have you lead in the Pledge of Allegiance, I just want to say that we have both the colonel and the fire chief here today, and if they could come up and reconnect with their friend there.
Yes. Yeah. Sid, how you doing? Thank you again. Thank you.
That's great. And if we can have everyone, oh, look at that. And if we can have everyone please stand, and when you guys are ready, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, you ready? Come here. Hand on your chest. Yeah. See, yeah. I'm ready to hold the bear. All right. Ready? Yeah. All right. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Thank you so much. All better. Thank you very much.
Sir, if you'd like to introduce your family, please, if you want to say any words, you don't have to say anything, putting you on the spot, but
Oh, it's okay. This is my daughter, Ariel. This is my girlfriend, Natalie. You want to say hi?
Hi.
All right, great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story with us. I know we all here appreciate that, and sometimes we only hear the negative stuff, and it's really great to hear about the strength of our community. So I thank you for putting that out there,
No
sir.
problem at all.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, at this time, the next thing we are going to do, unless I get an objection from the council, I just have a few general communications from the administration, and then we will go right back to executive communications, where we're going to have the Harbor Management Commission give a brief presentation, and then we are going to go right back into the Ordinance Committee, where we will pick up where we left off, where we will open it up for questions on anything on the Ordinance Committee, including the solar. So hearing no objections, we'll move to general communications. Our tax bills went out. The mayor just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware there is a grace period. The first payment is not until July 31st. So it does say July 15th on your tax bill. Most people didn't receive it until July 15th. That was not on the city's end. It was on the people sending them out's end. So there will be a grace period to July 31st. So we want to make sure everybody is aware of that. Also, we know there's a lot of people that are struggling in housing. Housing prices are through the roof. The stopping on evictions is going to end soon. So there's two programs that we like to highlight. The mayor's office is actually going to be meeting with Rhode Island Housing, so we can get this information out to the directors, to get this information out to our residents. There are two programs that are available for people for housing issues. One is the rent relief program, which will help anybody that is facing evictions, or you believe you will be facing an eviction. There are funds that are available, and the funds will go directly to your landlord to pay back rent if you qualify. So please check out Rhode Island Housing for that. And there is a brand new program that is coming out, and it is for homeowners assistance fund that Rhode Island Housing will be coming out with. So we want to make people aware of these two different programs, the rent relief program and the brand new, just rolled out homeowners assistance fund, two very important funds. I think you either rent your home or you're a homeowner. That covers pretty much everybody. So please, if you're struggling with housing issues, to reach out to Rhode Island Housing. They have a website, they have a phone number, and also reach out to the city as they are going to be briefed on these programs as well. Two more small notes. The city received an $85,000 trails grant from the DEM, which is going to go to the Green Nature Trail Development, which is right behind us on this side. This will help piggyback on all the access improvements the city has done the last few years around the General George Sears Green Cemetery. If you haven't been by there lately, they did an excellent job. There's signage, there's new steps to get up there. It's right around the corner here. You can park behind the FOP and walk up there. So we're really excited for this $85,000 grant. It's going to clear out. It's for trails. We're really working as a city in Apponaug to try to connect all of this, to make it all walkable, and hopefully someday make it bike rideable as well. So we're excited about that grant that was just announced last week. And to finish off the Apponaug news, there's also been improvements to the Apponaug playground, which is on this side of the street, right behind the ball fields. We have now two plans to review. We will be having a public meeting to discuss those funds. These are federal funds that are coming in to improve that playground. We're excited about that. Again, there's a lot of improvements coming in the city here, and we are leveraging as much federal money as we can to make these. So I will pause there. Are there any council members with anything for general communications at this time? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to announce that on August 3rd, National Night Out will be this year. We're very excited coming back, and getting the people out there and enjoying it. It'll start at 5 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock, we will have fireworks. So hopefully we'll get a nice crowd and we can celebrate a better year than we did last year.
Excellent. And who is in charge of making sure it doesn't rain that day? Who's in charge of making sure it doesn't rain that night?
I'm trying, working really hard.
Okay, all right. As long as someone's on it. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. To kind of chime in on the comments, the affordable housing epidemic that we're facing, it's not only in Rhode Island, it's a national problem. And in Rhode Island, we have kind of an isolated problem because we are such a small state and there is very little land available to be able to build affordable housing. I think it's a difficult lift to get affordable housing with existing construction because the property values are literally through the roof, approaching some unaffordable levels. And it makes it extremely difficult to find affordable housing in existing construction. So that means you need to build affordable housing. I'm really happy to announce tonight that the Rhode Island Builders Association has been communicating with Commerce Secretary Raimondo's staff, as well as working in parallel with the National Association of Home Builders to address the problem that we have. And this is a huge problem of lack of product and the outrageous, unconscionable, egregious escalation in the cost of building materials. 3 weeks ago, a sheet of 1/2-inch plywood will cost you $100. Last August, it would have cost you maybe 16. And that is a huge problem that needs to be tackled if we're going to address affordable housing. And to have the land to be able to build affordable housing is another heavy lift here in the state of Rhode Island. We have very little land left that is buildable. We have, in many cases, outzoned ourselves for housing. So kudos to the National Association of Home Builders and Rhode Island Builders Association, who, by the way, in Little Rhodey, the Rhode Island Builders Association happens to be one of the top 10, I believe it is, largest local associations in the country. And they will be working diligently to get some relief to these escalating prices of building a single-family home, as well as find out where the hell are the roadblocks to getting the materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other council people under general communications? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to executive communications. So what the city council is doing, this council is doing is once a month, we are inviting different members of the community to come and present to the city council. Just give a brief presentation on the work that they're doing. We're not taking questions. We're not opening it up. We want to receive the information. We have a lot of great people that are volunteering their time, working on behalf of the residents of Warwick, and we want to highlight that. We have appointments to these committees, and a lot of times we make the appointments and then they go off and do their work, and we're not exactly updated all the time. So we want to highlight the great work that these people are doing. They're Warwick residents. In the past, we've had the Cemeteries Commission come in, and we had West Bay Community Action speak last month. And Councilwoman Travis was the person who came up with this idea of inviting these boards and commissions to come. We were talking about bringing more people into the council meetings, more presentations, and she actually spoke specifically about the individual who's going to speak this evening. So I'm going to ask Councilwoman Travis, would you like to introduce our speaker this evening?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and I'm very proud to introduce Jody King. Jody King lives in Ward 6, and he's a well-known fisherman, quahogger, a long time. He's still doing it. Very active with the Station Fire Memorial. Everybody must remember him from both of those, being on fisherman, being involved with the memorial. But today he's going to talk to us about the Harbor Management Commission, and look forward to that. Thank you, Jody, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir. And so just for you and every other person who wants to speak this evening, we're also doing it on Zoom. So please speak right into the microphone. That goes for all the council people as well. We have some people that are saying they're difficult to hear. So get right up there. Don't be afraid. And thank you very much, Mr. King.
Right close.
Thank you, Councilwoman Travis. Thank you, Council President. My name's Jody King. I am a member of the Warwick Harbor Commission. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, what I do on the commission, what we do as commissioners, what we've done in the past a little bit, and a little bit of what we'd like to do in the future, and especially we'd like to hear from you as council. My name's Jody King. I'm a 60-year resident of Warwick, Rhode Island. I've been here all 60 years except for the 4 years in the service. I went to school here. I love this city like you have no idea, and you're gonna find out. I've been on the Harbor Commission. This shirt was presented to me 31 years ago when I went on the Harbor Commission. So I've actually been on the Harbor Commission for a little longer than 30 years. I am on the commission for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm a commercial shell fisherman, my good friend Brian Cobb. The other is I'm on the water every day. I don't know anyone out here or in this room that does 300 days on a boat on average in Narragansett Bay. I was put on the commission 31 years ago by the mayor, Link Chafee. And I asked him at the time, I said, hey, Link, why me? He says, I need the pulse of Warwick Cove at my finger. And for 30 years, 31 years, I've taken that to heart, that's my cove. Anything that happens in that cove belongs to me. I own it. I watch everything in that cove. I'm in and out of there 2 or 3 times a day. So I was put on there as a fisherman because they needed a fisherman on the Harbor Commission. We have a recreational boater, Alfred Nazareth. We have a commercial mooring operator, and this guy's been on the Harbor Commission longer than I have. His name is John Dickerson. He owns, excuse me, let me change that. He used to own Dickerson's Marina, and that's another thing I would like to talk about tonight. We have someone in the environmental community. He just joined the board. He is actually the river keeper for Save the Bay, and it's an honor to have someone on the Harbor Commission with this type of knowledge. His name is Mike Giroux. And we also have Jay Arnold, who is an at-large, and we are still missing one more commissioner. I would love to find one more. I'm gonna put an application, a name in next week because I knew I just found out today we needed an at-large participant. I don't know if any of you know, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. How many miles of coastline are in Rhode Island? We're only this big, 45 minutes, we don't need a drink to get there, that wide. How many miles of coastline are there in Rhode Island? I know because I've walked a lot of it. We actually have 384 miles of coastline. Warwick owns 9%. That's a pretty big number. At the station fire, Warwick lost 10%. Thank you very much for your jobs, guys. That's a huge number. 9% of Rhode Island's coastline is right here in Rhode Island. 39 miles of coastline. There's a lot of coastline for, I think it's 4 or 5 harbor masters, and they don't get full-time pay to do that job, to comb 39 miles of land. And when I say 39, it's a long 39 miles. You can hop in a car and be there in 10 minutes. You can't do it on a boat. And you need a piece of equipment that can get you there. Not only get you there, but get you there safely. So one thing I would like to ask for tonight is when the harbor masters ask for a piece of equipment, they need it. They're not asking just because they want it or because there's money available. They actually need the equipment. It costs money. I know that. I have a brand new motor on my boat. It cost me last August $24,000. So I know the expense of putting a boat together. They need a motor. They need a boat. It's not a, oh, we want. It's an I have to have. They have to be able to get there. When it happened in Connecticut this summer, he needed to get there. You need to be able to trust that the harbor master is going to get there. He gets the very first call. The fire department goes, thank you very much. The police department goes, thank you very much. The Coast Guard goes, thank you very much. DEM shows up, thank you very much. The one person that has to go every single time is Warwick's harbor masters. They play an important role, not only in just what I do for a living, but what every Rhode Islander's inalienable right to go to the beach or to the shoreline. He has control of that and what is protected there in thereof. What we're doing now with the Harbor Commission is, it's been a lot of Zoom, so it's been kind of tough, is we're still trying to do things within the Warwick's 39 miles of coastline. We are working right now on boat ramps, trying to figure out which ones are still workable, which ones are in great shape, because we have one at Oakland Beach, and that one is in fantastic shape. It just needs to be cleaned of sand every so often so that cars and trucks don't get stuck there. And the Public Works Department's been doing a great job in making sure that's been cleared this summer. Rights of ways is another thing that we're very concerned of. I want to be able to walk down to the end of the street where there isn't supposed to be someone's commercial vehicle parked there 24/7 and access my rights of way. So we are going to be working after we do the boat ramps on that very thing, is the public rights of ways. We've got a new public works director. I haven't met her yet, and I plan on meeting Beverly ASAP, but Beverly Wiley has already put into the budget that the harbor master gets 1 new engine this year, and they're going to look into a boat next year. Water quality. There are only 2 things in my life, my wife, I'm going to say sorry to her right now. There are only 2 women in my life that control everything I do. And I don't know if she's male or female, but I'll say one is God and the other is Mother Nature. And they both control everything I do. The city and the state sort of control everything else that I do out there. They make the rules, they make the regulations, they make sure we're all safe. Water quality. Let me talk one moment about water quality. Right now, I've been closed out of the Upper Bay for 2 weeks. I make 90% of my good money in the Upper Bay. I would like to see the city of Warwick participate a little bit more aggressively with the fixing of their infrastructure that helps water quality, and I mean by their sewers. We've had a couple of major breaks. We've had a couple of major breaks that have consequently controlled my wallet, I'll say, with regards to how long it took to fix the problem. It shouldn't be a matter of fixing the problem. We shouldn't get to a point where we're fixing problems. We should get to a point where we're working on solutions to problems that might happen and working on them now before they become an economic problem not just for me as a commercial shell fisherman, but for every beach goer. I teach a class for the Department of Environmental Management. It's great. It's a wonderful class. I've been doing it for 15 years. It's great that I have some connections in the state of Rhode Island, and they call me when things happen. I was teaching a Come Clam With Me class that I've been teaching for now 15 years at Rocky Point, when I got a call from DEM's Angelo Almonte to say, hey, Jody, I kind of know you have a class today and it's right there at Rocky Point. I'm gonna have to ask you to not let anybody walk in the water. It's like, Angelo, walk in the water. He goes, we had a major septic break or sewer break, and that area from Rocky Point to Connecticut is extremely volatile. You can't even walk in the water, let alone shellfish. So now I have to because he really gave it to me, and now I have to dumb it down for 50 Rhode Islanders as to why we can't walk in the water, and I have to teach a class on land for 3 hours. And I don't mind teaching because I can talk, as you know, or as you can see, for hours about Narragansett Bay and Rhode Island. This is a great city. It's a great state. I'm gonna die here. But I had to dumb it down for a whole bunch of people for 3 hours. I can do it, no problem. I can teach for 13 hours. I've done it. Another thing I'd like to talk about is safe harbor marinas. And I just want to let you know, they have dramatically affected my life. I didn't realize that my slip fees could go up as much as they've gone up in such a short period of time. But I went from what I thought was about $1,400 a year to $1,850. I'm not in safe harbor, but having safe harbors in Warwick, they've now consumed 50% of the marinas here in Warwick. In Rhode Island, we were set up sorta as a mom and pop. John Dickerson, thank you very much for making that possible. That's what he did for Warwick. He made a mom and pop operation into something that was ultimately fantastic, not for just for him, but for the city of Warwick. And after 40 plus years, he's now ready to retire and he is moving on. And Safe Harbors is where I'm going with this, has now bought him out and is now taking 50% of the marinas and is now, I think, this is my own opinion, why my slip fee is now going from 14 and change to 1850. It's 1/25 of my income as a shell fisherman. They're sort of forcing the little guys out of the marinas, but big boats bring big things. Little boats, I'm a 25-foot boat, don't bring as much as a 40 or 50-foot. It would be nice because most of the other fishing communities in Rhode Island sort of subsidize the fishermen that they have a large community of. Bristol has their own commercial fishing dock. Newport, commercial, I know I'm going a little bit long. Newport has their own commercial fishing dock. And as we know, the largest fishing community in Rhode Island, in Narragansett, Galilee, has a commercial fishing fleet where they get reduced prices or they get a little help. I would love to see the city somehow, because in Warwick, we have the highest, again, highest concentration of shell fishermen in the state. We look little, we bring a lot in here. We bring a lot of subsidiary money in other than us just going out and getting gas and going Quag and coming home and selling out. It's not just that. As you can see with me, it's a life. I love my job. I love what the Bay has to offer me. I love what the state has done to the Bay to make it what it is. The city should follow in hand and help everyone with their 9% that they own. And water quality is one of the biggest things here that I want to make sure you hear from me. It rules everything I do. I've been very fortunate in my 30 plus years, and I can't believe that when I was 10 years old on Rocky Point Beach, picking clams with 3 of my brothers, that I was going to make a life of shellfishing. If you had asked me then, or asked me when I went to college that I was going to do this for a living, I would have laughed at you. Some people are fortunate. I am one of those people to find a job, and my father taught me this very well. He was a chef. If you find a job you love, it will love you back. This job has been loving me for 30 years plus. I have managed to pay for my house with things that are this big that I get paid very little money for. For a long time, it was 20, 18 cents. I am now very fortunate to be paid 30 plus cents for each one of my little necks. If you come to my class, you will understand why you go to a restaurant and you pay what you pay for your beautiful Rhode Island little necks. It's not that easy. I'm 60, I'm still doing this. I hope I can do this for another 30 years. I hope this body gives me the ability to continue doing in the city of Warwick what I've been doing for 30 plus years. I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity, giving me the time to speak. I know I've gone a little bit longer. I had a couple more things to say, and I generally don't get the time up here. So thank you very much. It's been a while since I've been here at City Council, and you can ask any city councilor. I came in right after the Greenwich Bay expansion, who I came in as 19 years ago. I walked in here as the Grim Reaper protesting marina expansion. I was dressed as the Grim Reaper with a quahog rake right over my back, dragging boxes of quahogs up here. I hope I never have to come up here and have to make a presentation like that again. These are the kinds of presentations I need to make to you. I'm offering up my 30 plus years of knowledge on the water, because there's not one of the 8 of you or one of you up there that have my knowledge on the water, my experience on the water. When you get questions, you need answers, you all need to come to the Harbor Commission and ask those questions. We are the pulse of the 39 miles of Warwick's coastline. I am the pulse of Warwick Cove. I expect all of you. My number is 742-5982. Remember it, write it down. I expect a call when there's a problem on the water. I expect a call from the fire department. I expect a call from the police department. When there's a problem on the water, no one can get there faster. I'm offering it up to all of you. I walk to my boat in the morning from Oakland Beach. I am 5 minutes away. My gas tank is full. I can get to any of the 39 miles of coastline faster than anyone here. I offer that up to all of you to please call me and use my services. There will be a time that you can't get there, and I can, and I will get there. So please use me, use the Harbor Commission for what we're there for, and use the other commissions for the knowledge that they have more of sometimes than some of you may or may not. So thank you again. It's been an honor to come up here before the City Council and speak before you again. Ask me again. I will gladly come, and I will be on this Harbor Commission until I can't do this anymore. I
Thank
love
you.
being a pulse. So
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. That was excellent. I do have one little note. The most impressive thing you did say is you're wearing the same shirt that you got 30 years ago. I can't even fit into a shirt that I bought last year, so I'm very impressed with that. At this time, we are going to pause the regular council meeting. We're going to go back into ordinance. So if we can have the ordinance committee please reassemble. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute recess real quick, and then we'll begin.
My whole family's professional fishermen. Yeah, and I used to be the kicker. Yeah, I've seen him work all the time. My brothers did it, my father, me, did it years. Every single day. Every single day.
All right, we're gonna get going. So before we
still
took a
here.
break,
I'm not going
Councilman
anywhere.
Ricks had something you wanted to bring up?
Chair. So referring back to that particular statute, I think that the City Council Solicitor's opinion is well grounded. However, I do think that this is also an area where reasonable people may come up with differing opinions. My basis for that is the shall language in the statute referring to the maintaining of the registry. That particular subsection, it does not refer to a particular consequence if it's not followed, but because it uses the shall language in that first sentence as to the creation and maintaining of the registry, and then following that, it uses language prefaced by cities and towns are encouraged to do certain things to promote the registry. Well, when the General Assembly has that language about encouraging people, encouraging the cities and towns to have that advertising and outreach, that's not binding. But when I read that shall language, it appears to be binding, at least to some degree. As to what the consequence is, that's something that the General Assembly in that subsection did not lay out. But I feel that it is enough to give me pause to say that a reasonable mind could come to a different opinion, that it could be of consequence. And so because of that, and also because of the concern that was brought up about the minutes of the meeting that were held back in June, not yet being available for the members of the public, while I would tend to agree that there was quite a lot of notice that was provided between the regular postings on the Secretary of State website, the advertising of the zoning ordinance in the newspaper, et cetera, I would say that I would be more comfortable if we took care of those other two items as a matter of best practices. And so at that time, I would feel comfortable with moving forward on this on second passage. And so for those reasons, if we do not hold this to August 30th, then I simply wouldn't feel comfortable with passing it this very evening. And so I would intend to vote on no on the second passage, although I do think that the ordinance strikes a reasonable balance of the interests here and is a vast improvement over the current lack of having a solar ordinance, which actually would tend to allow for far worse results. So that's my reasoning, and I would yield the floor.
Any other comments from members of the committee? All right, we'll go back. Any other comments from members of the council? Sorry, I was just checking to make sure no one else. All right, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to point out a few things here in PCO 6-20 sub A. I'll read a few things into the record. On the first page of line 32, it begins, direct monetary compensation to the city placed in a restricted account for the acquisition and/or enhancement of city open space, other similar proposals that provide a substantial long-term benefit to the entire community, including but not limited to the immediate abutters of the proposed SES or ESF development. I'd also like to reference Rhode Island general law that speaks to tax exemptions for solar installations, which has a monetary value. In addition to that, there's the indirect effect on the property tax base here in the city of Warwick. And recently, a URI study shows declining property value, particularly in suburban / non-rural areas due to solar arrays. Given the fact that we do not have any of the monetary information that is suggested and stated in this particular document, a direct monetary compensation, there is nothing in here, provide a substantial long-term benefit to the entire community. There is nothing in here. The impact of the tax exemptions for solar installations, be it a positive or a negative, are not in here. And the forecast for the indirect effect on property tax bases is not in here. At this time, I am going to move for a fiscal note. Thank you.
So I'll turn to, I guess, Attorney Walsh as far as who decides whether or not this is pertinent.
So pursuant to section 30-5 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances, there's a fiscal note requirement to be an accompaniment to ordinances and resolutions. At the request of the mayor or any member of the city council, an ordinance or resolution having effect on revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability of the city shall be accompanied by a brief explanatory statement or note prepared by the finance department, which sets forth the estimated dollar effect thereof. Such statements or notes shall be known as fiscal notes, and when requested as above, shall accompany an ordinance or resolution prior to consideration by the city council. So I would first request, is there anything that has been submitted on file?
Not that I'm aware of. Lynn, do you know of anything?
So section 30-6 of the code talks about the substantive provisions of the content of how that should look. And section 30-7 notes that these notes should be returned to the council 7 days before consideration. So the question that's going to be presented for you, Mr. Chairman, at this time is whether the item before us would have an impact, have an effect on the revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability of the city. And that's a substantive determination made by this committee at this time.
Mr. Murray, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay, I can address that to some extent.
So first question for you.
Sure.
So solar projects, obviously solar farms have gone into place in Warwick prior to the ordinance, obviously, right?
They have.
And now if this ordinance for whatever reason was voted down, solar farms could still go forward in the city thereafter, correct?
They can.
All right. So I don't really see the effect fiscally, at least not one that can be actually calculated, given that the same thing that happened before will happen in the future as far as projects can be presented, just like any other project, go up or down accordingly. And you said you can answer
If I
that.
may, the difficulty with the fiscal note, this is a general ordinance. Just to be clear, this is a framework to consider potential projects. So a fiscal note, you could certainly, under the overlay procedure, if it's going through the overlay procedure, on a case-by-case basis, certainly require a fiscal note with the project. But to do a fiscal note citywide on every property that may be impacted by this ordinance or may not is very difficult to calculate in total. And I think is prospecting. So with respect, I would ask that, you know, you can ask for a fiscal note, but it's going to be highly improbable I'll be able to create one with any sense of accuracy. Again, the intent of this doesn't approve any projects. This creates a basic framework of process, just like we have with planning board or zone changes now, to take projects through a very rigorous cycle that will come back to this body on a case-by-case basis if it's an overlay to consider on a project-to-project basis.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
To Councilor Walsh, it is my understanding that the ordinance that speaks to a fiscal note states when a fiscal note is requested by a member of the council, all discussion shall cease. Am I accurate in that?
Councilman, the practice and precedent of this body during my tenure has been that when an item that has been duly qualified as such and identified as something that would have an effect on revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability, if it is deemed to meet that threshold, then yes, you are correct in that the determination would be to cease any further consideration of the item by the council at that time.
Well, having said that, this does speak to it. It speaks to it with direct monetary compensation to the city, but there is no definition or calculations or forecasts to define that. It says that provide a substantial long-term benefit to the entire community. What is it? What is the impact of the tax exemptions, plus or minus, that are offered by the state? And I understand that those projections may be difficult, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And the fact of the matter is, it's going to be predicated upon the amount of solar panels that are put up there. So unless we know what the long-term costs could be, or the long-term benefits could be to the taxpayers, how can we consider this? We don't know what the long-term gain or loss could be to the taxpayers. In this document, we don't know what is the amount of cost shifting from the vendors of these solar system installations that could be passed on to the taxpayers. We don't know the answer to those questions either. So I think a fiscal note is prudent in this matter. And while it may not be calculated to the penny, it certainly is able to give us a forecast and a reasonably intelligent projection as to how these solar farms are going to affect the taxpayers up or down one way or another. Because ultimately, these type of things have an impact on the taxpayers.
So unfortunately, by that logic, I think anything and everything would have a fiscal note, even putting up no parking signs, because the logic would equally apply as far as it will have a fiscal impact. And so unless the solicitor disagrees, I'm just going to move on.
Got to talk louder, Anthony. Public can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Chairman.
I would note that the councilman has raised what would be formed as a point of order requesting this committee to make a determination as to whether is a qualifying item. And that determination would be based on whether this ordinance would have an effect on revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability of the city. If it is determined by the committee that it does, then consideration of the item should cease for the rest of the evening and be rescheduled to a later date. If the committee were to vote separately that it does not have such impact, then it would be in order to proceed.
So through the chair to the solicitor, where does it say in the ordinance that that power is given to the committee? Could you read to me specifically the ordinance that says that decision to override the request of a council member for fiscal note is given to the committee?
Through Robert's rules, we are in committee at this time, and the point of order that you're raising, unless you would like to correct me, appears to challenge whether you're raising the fact that there is not a fiscal note on something, you are requesting it, and the question is whether we are mandated to cease consideration of the item because it does or does not have an effect on revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability. And that is a substantive decision at the discretion of the committee to proceed or not based on a vote of the committee.
So I guess in the last 9 years that I've been on the council, where fiscal notes have been requested numerous times and all discussions ceased, I'm going to have to assume that was all done incorrectly. And that was at the advice of legal counsel at that time, where when a fiscal note was requested, all conversation ceased until the fiscal note was produced. So
at that time, Councilman, there was no challenge to knock down the point of order that was raised. So when those items were ceased, it was because it was accepted as the point of order was appropriate, and thus no further communications were made at that time.
Yeah, and a point of clarification, those occurrences that you're speaking of, at least the ones that I'm familiar with, all involved pretty clear black letter. This involves a calculable, knowable fiscal impact, not something that's so attenuated to as to be improbable, if not impossible, as pointed out by Mr. Murray.
Thank you. So I think that perhaps this could be looked at through a different lens. Instead of a fiscal note in terms of calculating potential projects on every potential parcel across the city, perhaps if we look at it as more of a percentage base with a range, looking at it, say, the hypothetical 1 acre plot of land or similar measurement, regardless of whether it's a half acre measure, 1 acre measure, 2 acre measure, whatever it may hypothetically be. And then the fiscal note would look at that piece of land and then give a range on the fiscal impact. I think that while this is a little bit different from some items in the past where the fiscal note has been invoked, it's certainly very different from many of the items that this council considers that really do not have a direct fiscal impact, because this proposed ordinance does expressly include language that would indicate that there would be a fiscal impact. And so I think that it is appropriate for us to receive that additional information. I would be interested in seeing what that fiscal note would have, because while this is not a matter of approving or considering any single project, it is a matter of having that framework in place, and having that framework in place would necessarily have a fiscal impact relative to future projects. And I think that the framework that is in place most likely would come back with a result of showing that there is an improvement, a positive fiscal impact. However, without the fiscal note, I don't know if that is true, or if the opposite is true, or to what degree, or what a reasonable range anticipated would be. And for that matter, going into this having a reasonable expectations as to that range would also be useful for members of the planning board or zoning board, as well as the city council, as well as developers and any party with any interest that would be looking at an approval using this proposed framework. And for those reasons, I do think that a fiscal note in some form would be applicable here, and I would join with Councilman Lattiser in his request. Thank you.
So given that this has been pending for well over a year and been noticed for at least 21 days, if not more, including the actual content of the ordinance and a fiscal notice being called for, not on the first passage, but the second passage at 8:09 p.m. of the date of the second passage, it's a hard pass, especially considering how attenuated it is, and given the fact that Mr. Murray already testified that it would be improbable, if not impossible, to do it under these circumstances. And as I already previously pointed out, by the logic utilized by those who are requesting a fiscal note, things like no parking signs would be equally as relevant, because within those ordinances contain fines, which by their very terms provide a fiscal impact on the city. So as the chair, I shoot down the point of order. I'm going to move on. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the council?
That, excuse me, Chairman, if I may, I think that a vote on the point of order may be in order.
You can call for one.
Defer to the council solicitor.
Councilman Ricks is appealing the ruling of the chair on the point of order. Clerk, would it be appropriate to call a roll? A yes would be to support the point of order, and no would be to, my apologies. I'll repeat that. Councilman Ricks is appealing the ruling of Chairman Sinapi to deny the point of order. It would be appropriate for the committee, the three members sitting here, to take a vote on that point of order. A yes would be to support the chairman's decision to deny the point of order, and a no would be, a vote in support of the point of order. Just the three committee members.
Councilman Sinapi?
Once again, the question is on appealing your ruling. So a yes is in, confuse myself here for a second. The ruling of the chair was denied the point of order. The motion is to challenge it. A vote in the affirmative is to go against the chairman's denial, and a vote in the opposition is to support.
So, nay.
Councilman McElroy? No. What are we doing?
Did I already mess it up?
That's up to you. Councilman Ricks is appealing the ruling of the chair. A vote in the affirmative, a yay vote, is supporting Councilman Ricks's appeal, which would override your decision. A nay would be to support.
Still nay.
Yay.
Nay.
One yea, two nays.
All right, so fails. So any other questions or comments from members of the council? It was nay, nay, yay. That's 2-1.
The appeal is not successful, and therefore the point of order is overruled, and the committee can proceed as it was prior to the motion by Chairman Lattiser, or Councilman Lattiser.
If there's no other questions from members of the council, we can move on to members of the public. So members of the public, Mr. Durkle, you're obviously right there, so have at it.
Philip Durkle Senior, Ward 4, Warwick. Pay attention, Councilman McElroy. Stay awake. Thank you, Council President, Council members. Before I start my comments, I want to commend Councilor for an excellent rebuttal, or I should say, definition of her interpretation of the law. At this time, I don't have time to rebut that, nor do I have the competency to do that. But we will have people at a later date that have legal knowledge that will take care of that at a later date. I am the facilitator for Friends of Warwick Ponds. We advocate for clean water and clean air. We are here tonight because of your actions with the potential passing of PCO-6-20, Sub A, which puts both in peril. In developing this ordinance was the statewide planning program for energy facility guidelines, land use 2025, Rhode Island land use policies and plan used. Can somebody answer that question? Or you're going to stay mute?
Mr. Murray, do you want to have at it? And do you have a mic, I should ask?
My time is running. Please hurry.
Your time will not run when you're waiting for someone to answer your question.
Can you repeat the question?
In developing this ordinance was the statewide planning program for energy facility guidelines, land use 2025, Rhode Island land use policies and plan used.
Yeah, I believe we communicated on this. Yes, we consulted with.
You never answered the question.
Well, I think I emailed on this.
No, you
but,
didn't.
We did. We also brought OER, Office of Energy Resources, into the mix to review the ordinance. To be honest, that their suggestions were more liberal, encouraging us to go broader in our use. We were actually more restrictive than they recommended.
Thank you. In that land use section, 1 of 10, in the huge plan, this sentence stood out to me, and I quote, "We must be deliberate in deciding how best to use our land, a limited and precious resource in Rhode Island, a limited and precious resource in Rhode Island." When the comments, questions, and recommendations that have already been delivered to this council by some very knowledgeable people, we will not waste time reiterating them. We support all of them, with two that deserve more scrutiny. One, this ordinance is too broad and expansive. It opens up our whole city to solar farms. These farms must be limited to certain areas of our city. Remove footnote 27 from this ordinance. Two, this ordinance will affect our city for decades. We need more discussions, more debate, more examples. So a moratorium should be in order. We, the people, require additional time to thoroughly vet and understand this complicated issue. By your actions tonight, you 9 council members have the awesome responsibility of shaping the future of our city for decades to come. not for just a select few, but for all Warwick residents. Many of us will not feel the results of your actions tonight, but our children and their children will. So we tonight respectfully ask for our children that you choose wisely. Thank you.
Next member of the public, and please speak your name initially for the record.
Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm Road in Warwick. And I have a couple of, I have one question, maybe could be answered. I understand that the Cemetery Commission was never approached, according to the record, and yet the recommendation said that the Cemetery Commission has approved this. I can find no record of that. Perhaps the Planning Department could answer that question.
I can. So we did get, what we do is we put it to our liaison to the boards and commissions, that'd be Sue Cavaceres, and Peggy Malcolm as the chair signed off on that. So I do have paperwork to that effect. I'd be glad to share.
Is she on the Planning Department? Does she work for you or work with you?
She does not work for us. She is chair of the Cemeteries Commission.
No, wait a minute. The Sue person, is she?
Sue Cavaceres does work for the Planning Department. in a
Right, so
part-time
she went
capacity.
to the chair of the commission without any kind of notice and got the chair to what, sign something?
There isn't any required notice for boards and commissions.
No,
sign
the
off.
point is that you wrote in your report that the Cemetery Commission agreed to this, and yet I can't find any evidence of that.
Again, I'd be glad to share with
I
you the
would
sign
like,
off.
I
from the
think
chair.
you share it with the committee, not with me. I mean, where's the evidence? The other point is, as I mentioned before, the city has not produced any minutes of meetings, and Lynn, I think you're doing a great job, so I'm not personally saying anything, but the city does not have minutes of the first passage. And what happened earlier in this committee meeting, you had an agenda item for presentation of minutes, and it said none. The state law requires that when you meet the second time, you have the minutes of the first time. And so technically you're in violation of the open meeting law by not having the minutes of the previous meeting at the current meeting. And I've already, as you folks probably know, I've already sent a complaint to the Attorney General's office, which they accepted today, to the effect that the city of Warwick is not posting minutes of meetings. And because, as I understand it, the reason is budgetary and for people and this kind of thing, it is a knowing violation. It is a willing violation. Now, typically what happens with the Attorney General, and I'm pretty much experienced with this, on the first event, they give a pass. They say, oh, okay, you folks didn't understand, and you can get all your minutes together and all this kind of thing, and then you'll be okay. But I think this is a high enough profile. The second or third largest city in the state can't get its minutes together. I would suspect that the Attorney General is going to look long and hard at this and probably suggest that you make some kind of appeal for not having the $5,000 fine. Now, if that happens, if the Attorney General goes to court and fines the city of Warwick $5,000 for open meeting violations because they can't get their minutes together, this is going to be a major problem.
I'm going to
for the
ask that you
city.
please have questions on this ordinance only, please. So if you have any specific questions on this ordinance, that is what's being discussed at this time.
Why didn't you folks have your minutes when you
Sir, that's not
opened
part of the
meeting?
ordinance. We've already had a discussion that we are being advised that we can move forward. That is what we are doing this evening. I'm going to
sorry,
ask that all questions go towards the
I can't
the
understand
ordinance.
what you're saying. You got to speak English to me because I don't get what you're trying to say.
I'm saying you need to ask questions on this specific ordinance. That is all we're discussing at this time, sir.
Well, this ordinance will fail because you have an open meeting violation, and the whole council should understand this. This is obviously we're going to litigation on this. This is not a simple process. That's why all these questions come up. and you really should get your answers straight because you're going to be answering to the court. Thank you.
The minutes shall be public records and unofficial minutes shall be available to the public at the office of the public body within 35 days of the meeting. Either way, we've been told by our solicitor that we're greenlit to proceed. And when it comes to those speaking in favor or against, doesn't matter which, if you're going to repeat something that someone already said, please just say, I agree with XYZ individual on that topic. You don't have to restate everything. I appreciate the thought, but we get it.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, Councilman Howe.
Howdy.
For the future, if I could make a recommendation through you that when someone, whether it be someone on the council or someone in the audience, asks one of our department heads or department representatives a question, to please allow them to finish it so I can hear the question and hear the answer, because it'll definitely assist in my decision. Thank you.
Makes sense to me. Go ahead, miss. Just make sure you state your name for the record, please.
My name is Martha Cruciani.
You got to speak right into the mic. I'm sorry. They're not very good.
I hate these things.
Me too.
My name is Martha Cruciani. I live at 81 Edmund Drive, and I'm also the wife of the late Henry Cruciani. And I want to thank you for the resolution of condolences that the family received in his memory. It was greatly appreciated. I wish he were here to be the one speaking to you. I much prefer to speak to no more than 3 or 4 people at a time. But I'm here to ask for 2 things. Number 1, we would recommend passage of the ordinance that is before you. It is unique in its requirement for planting native grasses and wildflowers as ground cover under solar fields. This helps to mitigate the problem we now have that there are insufficient plants that pollinators can use. I especially miss seeing butterflies. And even more important, when the panels are eventually removed, the understory will already be prepared in an environmentally positive way. There will no longer be the possibility of using Roundup to kill everything under these panels. My second request is more challenging. We would ask the mayor and city council to develop a plan that would encourage the construction of solar panel canopies in large parking lots, such as the 2 malls. Right now, cutting down trees is the most economical way to do solar siting. The fact that trees absorb carbon from the atmosphere makes it clear they can be acting as partners in the fight to combat global warming. They should not be cut down to make room for solar panels. The challenge is money needs to be found to defray the excess cost of building solar canopies in parking lots. Fortunately, Warwick has a proud history of investing in projects with the goal of long-range benefit. The project of converting all the streetlights in the city to LED is a perfect example. To help you understand what we're proposing, you only need to take a drive down Route 2 and see the solar canopy that the Ocean State veterinary specialists have in their rear parking lot. This canopy provides parking for 20 cars that are in the shade and are protected from the elements, including snow. It is also the source of power for the building. Can you picture this in the malls? Like everything else, it requires money. To entice solar companies to invest in this type of solar field, we would need to provide funds for their startup costs. For example, low-cost loans, tax benefits, perhaps even grants from organizations such as the Nature Conservancy. What I'm basically saying to you is if you take a look at the size of the malls, and if you take a look at what can be done to provide solar panels that become the canopy underneath which you can park your cars. The energy can go directly into the buildings. The problem is it's very expensive to do that. And so what the challenge is for us, you, whatever, to figure out how companies can be helped with the startup costs. Anyhow, thank you very much for listening. And thank you again for the condolences you offered my family.
Thank you. And your point about the parking lots and the overhang is well taken, especially because that's something we want to work on at the state level for basically providing incentives for exactly that reason, because you're right, it's an economical issue.
Very good. Thank you.
Michelle Comar, Warwick resident. Good evening, council members. I'm going to limit my comments to 3. And I first want to say I agree with the comments that preceded me from Mr. DeCall. And so here are my brief comments. One is about this registry, which is required by state law. And now we find out the city of Warwick hasn't abided by this law. I did a little research, and what I could find out is that the General Assembly thought it's so important that the public be aware and notified of zoning ordinance changes that they adopted this amendment in 2013, 2014. And not having this registry in place for all these years, and in particular for this ordinance and for this public participation process, has been a detriment to the public. It has not allowed the public to fully participate and comment on sub A. The public never saw sub A in advance. Mr. Murray took 14 minutes just to read the amendments into the record. They were too extensive for the public to ingest and make reasonable, logical comments on the spot. We didn't see the document as a whole. This is problematic. If you had this registry in place, you could shoot out a fire email to everybody. The council got a sub A document exists. Here's the document for your review that will be discussed at the public hearing. That did not take place, at the detriment to participation of those who wanted to participate from the public. This is a big problem. My second comment is on the Open Meetings Act. And I want to bring to the attention that the agenda that the council has and that I picked up here tonight, that it describes what is this ordinance. If I may read it, flip the pages, here it is. It's under unfinished business, item number 1, PCO 6-20 sub A, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinances, regulations for the installation of solar energy systems. Well, when I read it, the ordinance itself, sub A, when I finally did see it, it has an item that's not described in this title of the posted agenda with the Secretary of State. And the item is procedures and submittal requirements that affect all and every overlay district in the city. Now, don't take my word for it. You can read the ordinance, but better yet, Mr. Murray, or the planning department, I should say, submitted a memo that came out to the public. If you were on the council's email distribution list, and I was. And in this memo dated June 14th, he does a summary of what the ordinance includes. A summary of proposed amendment. In general, the proposed zoning ordinance amendment will, I won't read them all, just number 3, revise the general procedure and submittal requirements for all overlay districts. We could have a public hearing separate, in a separate ordinance, just on that topic. And I don't like some of the changes in there. But was that noticed or described in the posted agenda item? that I just read to you? No. How is the public to know what really this ordinance packs for a punch? We had procedures in place for years that now this council is changing. I don't know why. What was broken? I didn't really hear an explanation. But lo and behold, we're changing requirements for all overlay districts in the city. And I don't think the public was aware of that based on the title of the posted item on the posted agenda. And that is the same title, I believe, for the June 21st meeting and tonight's meeting. And I think that's problematic for the Open Meetings Act, which in the spirit is designed so that the public is informed of business that goes on of public bodies. And I think we lack doing a good job here, if not a violation. And my last comment is, I guess it pertains to the fiscal note. So when I listened to the testimony at the public hearing, I heard that, it will be at the council discretion to evaluate the benefits to the public for each project. So that made me believe that the council has free will to decide what those benefits are, monetary benefits. So I called an elected official in another community. We're not the first ones with solar panels by far. Another elected official in Rhode Island, and they told me, no, the council's hands are tied. There is a cap. There's a cap on a major revenue source that we all are very familiar with in the city, tangible tax. There's a cap by state law. There's a document by a state agency. And it has a formula in there with a cap. So we don't have free will. We can't just pick a number that we like and negotiate. Our hands are tied. This elected official told me that how municipalities got around this cap was to change the zoning of the land where solar panel farms were built. Well, the solar companies didn't like this. They were going to sue. And the elected official said, but this is perfectly legal. So I don't feel that's an appropriate method for the city to gain more benefit to the public. But I think we need to know this going in before we give up open space, residential property, which, by the way, is, I believe, inconsistent with our future land use maps of the comprehensive plan. We have open space, we have residential land. I don't see a map of solar being permitted all over the city. There's no comprehensive plan amendment that's been filed. So my biggest concern tonight is that this council deny the public the opportunity to speak during a public hearing with full knowledge of this 15-minute read synopsis of the amendments in sub A. That was the process in the hearing. My comments right now and all these people that are taking their time tonight are outside of the public hearing. That's not how it should work. And believe me, I'm not arguing with everybody. I'm a big proponent of more heads, the better product. And that's what I hoped would have happened here, but it didn't. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Do we have some more people as well? Can you state your name, please, and make sure you speak right into the microphone? They have a hard time picking up.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jane Austin. I live at 26 Narragansett Bay Avenue in Warwick. I've submitted significant comments to members of the council before, and I thank you who have read it and responded. I will not summarize all of them here, but I do want to reiterate that I believe Warwick has a lot of solar potential. It should take a strategic approach by adopting renewable energy siting regulations that explicitly direct solar development to commercial and industrial areas, provides clear accessory use regulations for residential areas. But the citywide overlay created by this ordinance does the opposite. It opens large swaths of residential and open space to commercial social solar development. And it is not necessary to meet one of the major stated goals here, which is to have project level performance standards for solar. There are project level standards embedded in this ordinance. They can be passed separately, and there's not any requirement that they have to be applied in the context of a citywide overlay district in order to take effect. The city must manage ahead of time, in advance, the key trade-offs in terms of solar development from a climate and community character point of view. Solar is an extremely land-intensive use, so the land use implications for the city are huge, and solar energy is enjoying a wide range of economic incentives right now because of its potential beneficial impact with regard to climate change. To, in some sense, take the permissive approach that's being taken here with regard to solar siting without acknowledging the equal partner in terms of any addressing of climate, which is the protection of forested lands and the protection of our urban canopy in terms of climate change, ecosystem benefits, and quality of life in the city, is simply irresponsible. The council is taking what would be considered a permissive rather than a precautionary approach. We'll see what happens. In a case-by-case basis, driven by developers' proposals, the city council is not going to have an opportunity to look broadly, see from a strategic point of view what we want Warwick to look like 25 years from now in a way that balances all of the interests that should be taken into account up front for an ordinance like this. And there's a certain fatalism, it seems to me, embedded in a few of the arguments that have been heard. It's better than residential development from a cost point of view, or a particular type of housing, or we can't stop people from cutting their trees anyway, or it's a passive use. But Warwick has existing patterns of land use because of its existing zoning laws and the economic incentives that are in place. This law is likely to have many unintended consequences because it is changing those economic incentives dramatically by opening wide new swaths. Undeveloped residentially zoned areas that are problematic or difficult from a residential development point of view may look very different to a solar developer. Bundles of parcels that could be poorly configured or difficult to access for residential development may look quite tempting for a 5-acre solar array. So I suggest that the impact of this ordinance could be quite a different pattern than anticipated, and there's no guarantee unless the city takes some steps to actually take a look, identify where we expect these developments to take place. Where do we want them? The public has not seen a map or an assessment by the planning department of where the likely or potential spots for solar development build out is going to be. And they have not provided kind of baseline indication of the values that would be used to guide your negotiations as each of these projects comes before you, and you have to decide how much should we value this. And it's just because it's difficult to quantify the benefits that are associated with having forested land doesn't mean that those aren't real. And the city council is going to be in the middle of a negotiation about that. The value to the developer of any particular project is going to be quite evident. We know it's some number above what they're offering. What the city council has to come up with is the value to the community. What are the ecosystem benefits that aren't happening? The stormwater management, the air quality, the quality of life the habitat, the impacts on neighboring property values. All of these factors have to be considered. And I would argue that it makes sense to consider these in at least a hypothetical but open way before you put yourself in a position of having to address every little project that comes down the line. Because I think it's impossible in that context to really optimize for the city of Warwick what its solar future looks like. And we are a city. We have acres, square miles of parking lots, of flat roofs. We don't need, and that's where we should target our development. We also are lucky, if we compare ourselves to our urban neighbors to the north, that we have a reasonable amount of forested land. We have a reasonably healthy urban canopy, although it is under stress and needs to be protected. But that will not remain the case if, in fact, what we do is provide a citywide overlay that, on a case-by-case basis, allows solar arrays to sprout in a checkerboard pattern throughout the city of Warwick. And unless there's some vision that's been presented to the council and the public of what that map is going to look like, I think the possibility of unintended consequences and a very different future for Warwick than you would hope is likely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the committee, members of the council. My name is Paul Bodette. I live on Sawyer Avenue in Ward 9.
Can I get you to just speak directly into the microphone? I'm sorry. They have a difficulty actually picking up people's voices.
I've never spoken at a council meeting or anything public. I do have a lot of background in public work. I've sat on both state and national boards, environmental boards, and very familiar with process and calls of order, points of order, et cetera. I want to make my comments in two general areas. First, I wasn't aware of this ordinance until very recently, like within less than a week. And so my reading and studying of this is short-lived. And that's to my loss, and I apologize for that. One question I have is that the siting is not allowed on 4 acres of forested land that is at least 40 years old, continuous land. Land in the city of Warwick, continuous 4 acres, that was started in 1980, and that's all that we're protecting. The question of deforestation came up several times in the reading of this material, which, if I can just make a short comment, I think it's really well written. Because planning department I can tell it spent a lot of time. I'm also a professor, a science professor, science teacher. And it goes into lots of details about many items and very well described and very well organized. The question of deforestation, however, comes up on protecting of trees, old growth trees. And nowhere in here is the question of what those trees do for us. Yes, it does. It talks about CO2 and the climate change. The biggest benefit is heat island effects and how the city of Warwick is protected by the trees and reducing the heat demands and the impacts on our public buildings and our streets and our communities, and in particular, our low-income areas, because they probably don't have the trees that are required. I live in Potawatomi. I have the benefit of being able to walk through Goddard Park, where I come over the crest of that rise, and my temperature in the car drops 2 to 3 degrees. That's not a heat island effect, it's a cooling effect. Drive down the main streets in Warwick and you will see the difference. Those parking lots that were mentioned, those are heat generators. People don't walk barefoot in Warwick Mall parking lot because they can't get back to their cars because it's too damn hot when it's 95 degrees and the temperature of the parking lot is 125 degrees. That's heat island effect. We have residents in the city of Warwick that are stressed because of that. We need to protect our trees. That's not even mentioned in here. Decommissioning costs. Again, it was well written, well described, well laid out what the cost would be. Escrows have to go in, they have to be adjusted by a certain percentage of growth. Excellent thinking. Decommissioning relative to 20-year lifespan up to 35 years. I want you to put all those computers away because they're less than 20 years old. I want you to go back to working with technology from 20 years ago and think about what it's doing. You're saying that arrays that can exist for up to 35 years in the city of Warwick before the city can make an official final stand that that piece cannot stay any longer unless the developer decides to end it. It's the developer that's making the decisions, not the council. I'm not going to be here in 35 years. You may not be here in 35 years. Those pieces of equipment will be here for 35 years unless someone decides that they shouldn't be, and it won't be you, and it won't be the council at the time. The cell phones in your pockets are not 20 years old. Try to think back what you used 20 years ago. All I'm making is that the technology is going to change. Moore's law says that it doubles in much faster rates, and yet we're dealing with numbers that make no sense. The direct benefits question was brought up by Mr. Landesur, and I have to completely agree with him. They are about as broad as you can be to drive 2 trailer trucks through them, and the city has no clue what that means. It has no idea what those benefits are going to cost us. Do you think a developer is going to come to the city knowing it's going to cost him or their corporation money? Of course not. But do you know what their corporation is going to be asking of the city? Doesn't sound like it. I sat on the CRMC for 3 years. I sat in your seats on the CRMC. I had to make decisions on a sense coming in front of us. Some of them were well thought out and others were not. I would put this proposal as one of the least thought out proposals that I would have read. Had I read this at the CRMC, I would have gone into the meeting asking 300 questions, trying to be convinced why I should pass it. There are too many mistakes, not logistics. They're well thought out. I would say what this ordinance is trying to do is to take a 10-pound sledgehammer and drive a 5-penny nail. You're trying to just cover everything in a gigantic dome and say, this is what we should be doing. Do you want to sit here on every one of these ascents in the years to come? That's what's going to be required, although a previous speaker said that's illegal. Now, I don't know that. But that's what the proposal is. Now, my last comment is just structurally, and this might be my only comment on the organization of this fine document. Well written. If one of my students, senior at the university where I teach, had handed in to me a project, and I left my computer up there, but you know the one with all of the zonings in it, no, 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 yes, yes, no, no. And out of the 12 or 14 boxes in there, almost every one of them has a little footnote that says, not always. No, but there's an exception. No, but there's an exception. No, but there's an exception. I would say you didn't do your homework. I would say that that document and those facts don't stand up. You can't tell me no, except when. Every time you say no. It just doesn't work that way. I'm too logical, I'm too organized, I'm too much in the science community. I'm not arguing against solar development. I was trained by Vice President Gore as a climate researcher. I have argued climate issues. I have sat on state and national boards on environmental groups. I am an advocate for solar. I think it's the greatest threat that we have is climate change. When I went out several years ago, I would tell my groups that I was presenting to, this isn't going to affect me, it's going to affect my children or my grandchildren, excuse me, my grandchildren. That's not true anymore. It's affecting all of us today. We just happen to live in New England where the heat island effect is less than what's happening in Portland and Oregon, but it's happening. Sea level rise is going to take out big pieces of Warwick. I have seen on the CRMC the sea level rise maps that disconnects Warwick Neck from the rest of the city. And the fire station on the mainland cannot get to all of the properties on Warwick Neck. That's a fact. It's going to happen. And if this resolution or this ordinance is an example of the thinking that this council puts together on environmental issues, we're hurting. So
Sir,
Mr.
I hate to
Howe,
interrupt
Mr.
you, but you're
Foley,
running. Sir?
Mr. Landisser, Ms.
Sir?
Travis, Ms.
Excuse me.
Gebhardt, I ask you to reconsider, put this on hold, and think it out. Do what needs to be done. Take it piecemeal. Do the parking lots. There's all kinds of solar available. This isn't needed right now. Thank you very much.
You've reached your time. All right, well, we don't have anyone else in person. We have a few hands up digitally. Can we have anyone in particular brought in, please? Dealer's choice.
I have a Leslie Derrig.
Leslie,
Chairman.
looks like you're in and unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I'm in.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Leslie Derrick, and my address is 84 Dundas Ave. I've been very active with this ordinance that's been written, and Luke has done a really good job listening to me and listening to our group, which is the Land Trust. And I'm not speaking for the Land Trust. I'm speaking as a member of the Land Trust, but I'm not speaking for them. I just want to make that clear. But what I want to note is that there's a lot of things that concern me within the ordinance that have issues. I don't like you'll see many of our dead end streets have forestry at the end. This land can be developed. The trees can all be cut down, and you can put within a nice residential area a solar farm. Yes, they could put in low income housing, or they can put in small houses, but they can put in these the solar farms. There's a lot of residential areas within our city that have this issue all throughout Warwick, and we really should look at areas that do not have required trees to be cut down, or for residential developments to be, influenced by the clear cutting of trees. I don't want to see trees being clear cut to allow the solar to go in. I do have an issue with the old growth trees. If you ever look at these old growth trees, they've been around for 300 to 400 years. They've survived blight and funguses, but they're in existence for a reason, because they've been protected. And you got to keep these trees around, because there's a reason why they still exist. They're able to withstand everything. But also you have to also understand these old growth trees that we're also trying to protect have huge root systems. And like in the beech trees rather, they have a huge root system that brings up new trees. And these old growth forests that are the beech forests are massive. And they're the original trees that were around in 300 to 400 years ago. And you don't want to cut these down because they're at the source of the original tree. But when you're looking at clear cutting a tree, clear cutting a forest, you're looking at two ways that the developers are looking at clear cutting. They not only clear cut the property, but they also pour chemicals on the land to keep growth from coming up during the while they've got the solar farms up. And so this chemical that they're putting on is anything that you can buy at Home Depot and at Lowe's. Well, that's Roundup. And so if you're going to put Roundup in a residential area, that's going to go into your neighbor's lawn through watershed. So if you're going to be concerned about that solar farm being right near you, yes, it is going into your land. It is going into your house. It's going into your property. So, and your family will be affected. But there's also the other thing that the developers are doing. They're girdling the trees. And the great example is go over to the Y property. And I'm going to prove to you, and I know Nathan Cornell can prove to you that they are actually girdling these trees so that they will rot and they will fall. But they're the old growth trees. And this is where they want to put a solar farm. And then there's also the other property that is of concern is the beach, the Beagle Club. The Beagle Club has trees that they're going to be cutting down, and it goes right down into the residential area. And all of those residents there should be up in arms, because if they do the chemicals on the property there to get rid of the vegetation, they're going to be directly affected, even though they're saying that they're going to be, building, planting out property. They're not going to be making it safe for them with the chemicals. So when I just ask that there's more written in this, where I don't want any farms in a residential area. And I also don't want to see chemicals being used in these areas where there's residents near them, anywhere near them, or where there's a watershed. But what I know that there's a lot of people that are for it. I'm for solar farms, but I just feel that there's a place for them. And I think the comprehensive plan, because they never even mentioned solar farms, and they've been around for a long time, they don't have it in the comprehensive plan, and they should not be giving the developers the ability to change the plan or change the zoning just so they can exist. You're not getting tax dollars from the zoners, the developers putting in these solar farms. Who's making the money? It's the developers. It's not the city of Warwick. And yes, they're doing a good thing by providing solar. However, they're not providing tax dollars. So that's my opinion. And I do support everybody that had spoke. And I do think that I just hope everybody listens, because this is important stuff. And I do have concerns, because if this does not pass, the Y project will go through and they'll clear cut all that property, and the Beagle Club property will be clear cut. And we have an issue here, and I don't know how you stop it, but we have to find a way to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so people know, as far as the chemicals are concerned, DEM doesn't allow chemicals to be used in this context. And in fact, solar developers usually use machines to clear them as opposed to chemicals for, I assume, exactly that reason. Can we have the next person who's on Zoom, please? Looks like it's going to be Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody, you're unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Rob Cody from Ward 7. Well, I can tell you that the comments that have been made by the last 4 speakers in particular, I think that their knowledge and their educational background is such that the city council should seriously consider all of their comments and put this on hold until the city council can answer their questions. Clearly, these people, my hat's off to them, and I am pleased to see such a level of intelligence to bring these questions forward to the city council on an issue that is so important to so many people, and that there are so many questions that are unanswered. And the fact of the matter is, simply because of the fact that there are so many unanswered questions, that alone in itself, the city council acting on behalf of the residents should hold this, if nothing, until further information can be brought forth. Pertaining to the previous conversation and points that were brought up by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Ricks pertaining to a fiscal note, and I believe that it was deemed that if we could not prove that there was some type of liability, that a fiscal note was not needed. Well, I've been involved in many issues with the city council where out of nowhere, a fiscal note was demanded and it stopped the conversation immediately. And Councilman Sinapi put forth several of those. So my question is, if in fact that is the case, and Councilman Sinapi stated that, you know, a fiscal note, we need to either show an immediate expense or some type of future liability. Well, let's talk about the solar array that's on West Shore Road at the end of Long Street. It's been widely publicized on Channel 12 News that the developer breached his promise to the residents. They did not fulfill what they were obligated to fulfill. And I was part of these proceedings, listening to the city council, where the developer's attorney came in, who I believe is actually my state representative, Mr. Sicarchi, who went into detail indicating to the residents about their buffer zone and what was to be planted, so forth and so on, and the impact. And we had extensive conversation. Unfortunately, none of what was promised actually came to fruition. And now, with reports of Channel 12 News, that these residents fully intend to seek disposition through the court system. And since this went through the City of Warwick zoning and the City Council, the question becomes, is there a liability? Of course there is a liability. So given the fact that the City Council approved this with the developer, the special interest that was put forth through the representative who represented them through the zoning board, there's liability all around. They have documented evidence that that solar farm is not in accordance to what the promises were made to the resident. So now it's going to go to court for disposition. And the question that I would ask the chairman of this committee, does that have a fiscal impact to the city, to the zoning board? Of course it does. So in lieu of that pending litigation, which is definitely going forth, it's widely been publicized in the news, you need to have a fiscal note. This is what's called unintended consequences. And the result of unintended consequences usually results in litigation. So from a position of a taxpayer that has been impacted in a negative fashion, was promised something that did not come to fruition, and seeks remedy through the court system, the City of Warwick has a fiscal liability. So in that context alone, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Walsh and the rest of the City Council, you have an obligation to the City of Warwick to put forth a fiscal note with all the possible variables. And those variables should be based on historical data. And the only historical data that you have is the solar farm at the end of West Shore Road. So you need to do that. And the absence of doing that is incompetence, and you're putting all of the residents of the city of Warwick at risk. Another point. As an environmentalist, I've studied environmental science my entire life. As a member of the Cousteau team, I have this problem where someone tries to justify to me that we're going to cut down trees, especially old growth trees, in the name of green energy. So that logic to me is akin to the same logic as someone going out and buying an electric driven vehicle, brand new, taking the engine out and putting a fossil fuel driven engine in it. It makes no sense whatsoever. And I can quantify that position because as a construction inspector, I have been involved in several municipal building projects as the inspector of record, where these municipal building projects utilized solar power. And I can tell you that on every one of them, the one thing that we had in common was that the cost of the solar power well outweighed the benefits in every scenario, in every project. That did not even include the fact in one particular project, and I can't give you what the particular project is publicly, but engineering problems that took place now resulted in excessive maintenance problems that were never even thought of on this building. And it's a municipal building, and hence, guess who has to pay for those engineering errors and the problems that are resulting from them? It's the taxpayer. That's who has to pay for it. Another point.
Cody, if you can stick to the solar ordinance, please.
Well, that is relative information to the solar ordinance because it's what you call an unintended consequence. And the fact of the matter is, for anyone to suggest that any solar farm is a 35-year life cycle, it just has not done any of their homework whatsoever. Because you're looking at, if everything is perfect and everything goes right and there's no problems whatsoever, maybe 20 years without major problems, maybe 20 years. So I have to tell you that I'm deeply disturbed that in a city that is really getting more and more congested, we have less open space, to suggest that cutting down any natural vegetation in the name of green energy, I have to tell you, I can't wrap my head around that type of logic. It makes no sense whatsoever. I would say on another note, let me play the devil's advocate. These areas that you want to defoliate for solar arrays, for green energy.
Mr. Cody, you have roughly 30 seconds left.
Well, wait a minute. No one else has been timed out. No one else has been timed out.
I don't advise using your remainder time to complain about not having more time.
Well, that's a pretty arrogant attitude, but no one else has been timed out, and I find it pretty odd that all of a
That's
sudden
not true.
I have
The
to time
gentleman
out.
before you was timed out. He just happened to finish at that moment. Again, I'd recommend using your remaining time to speak rather than complain about not having more time to speak. And that's not arrogance, it's just a statement of fact and a suggestion.
What is the time limit? Could you tell me what the time limit was?
The time limit is what it's always been.
What is that?
10 minutes.
Okay. Well, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Sinapi, to move forward on this, after you've had the level of intellect that has presented before you, to move forward on this suggests a level of complete arrogance and lack of information. And to do so, you're not doing your constituents the proper justice that you were elected to do. And it is your fiduciary responsibility to do what the residents of the city of Warwick ask you to do. So I would be in the same category with the rest of the people that are requesting you respectfully to put this on hold until you can disseminate all the pertinent information that has been brought to you by some very, very intelligent people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Can we have the next person?
Hi, test 1, 2, 3. Hello, can you hear
State your
me?
name for the record?
Can you hear me okay?
Now I can.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Committee Chair and members of the committee, members of the public who have taken their time to come this evening. For the record, my name is Michael Zarum. I live in Ward 2, 139 Northampton Street in the city of Warwick. My family has had real estate here for over 60 years at this point. And many of you know me through my volunteer efforts with TF Green Airport and trying to protect the community from issues of noise, issues of congestion, and things of that nature and other areas. I've also, I guess the first question I have is I did send in an email with written comments, and I'd just like to know from each committee member who's received them. Mr. Ricks, I believe you received my comments.
Looks like an affirmative. Yes. Yes, he did.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I can't see everybody. And then if I could go back, if so whoever's controlling the meeting, if I could go by the other screen where I can see everybody in the room.
I'm sorry. All I heard from that was where I can see everybody in the room.
Oh, that's better. Well, I guess it's when you're speaking, it flashes back. Mr. Sinapi, did you receive and read my comments?
I did. I haven't had a chance to read them because I believe you sent them either right before or during the
Yeah, I
meeting.
was a little bit late. Mr. McElroy, have you had a chance to read my comments? Mr. McElroy?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. All right. I sent them in so I could try and be brief, but I'll try and go through them. Let me start off by saying this. I'm going to summarize my comments in a couple different areas. One having to do with notice to constituents in the city of Warwick. And there are a couple different definitions for legal notice or ethical notice. One has to do with what may be required by state law. Another has to do with whether people in the community actually feel that they've gotten the information that they want. The second item I want to talk about is solar in general, solar in this part of the country versus other parts of the country, and whether there's really a need for it in the city of Warwick. And then also about the true intent of this zoning change seems to be being missed by almost everybody. So the next thing I want to do is, earlier in this meeting, Mr. McAllister, Mr. Lattiser mentioned we have a true shortage of available housing in the city of Warwick. And I'd like you all to consider that basically right now, solar is only allowed in industrial zone parcels because it is industrial use. Maybe it doesn't have a smokestack, it's still industrial use. It's still a bunch of structural steel wired all together with cables and current running through it and transformers with PCBs and things like that. That's an entirely different use than residential or housing, which is badly, badly needed. So I'd like you just to keep that in mind as I move forward with my comments. I just want to touch on notice because the sequence of things.
Mr.
My
Zarin.
comments that I submitted mentioned that Earlier, your solicitor spoke about Rhode Island General Law 4524, Section 53, and whether that was met. I'm going to state for the record that I do not agree with her legal opinion. I also want to let others know on this committee that I have gone head to head with Chief Legal Counsel for the Rhode Island Airport Corporation and came out on top. And I got a call the next day from a Harvard-trained attorney telling me, Mike, I stand corrected. I know you're an engineer, not an attorney, but you are correct. The point that I disagree with is that subparagraph G on the city having a system to notice people on a regular basis ongoing where people can sign up to be noticed. And I think that's key because one of the major complaints I've seen constituents on all this is a lot of people felt they didn't get information in a timely basis to review everything. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody on this committee, also other city council members that may vote on this later on in the meeting. At first passage, I suggested that this be given a moratorium, just like they did in Cranston. Cranston gave 9 months and more moratorium so the public could be better informed. And I still think that it'd be a way to kind of bridge the gap between people not getting sufficient notice. Maybe you maybe legally met the definition in the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act is entirely different than 452453, which deals specifically with notice for a zoning ordinance change, which is directly applicable to what we're talking about tonight. Section G is very clear. The city has never set up that kind of notice, and it sheds a bad light that the city hasn't been fully transparent to the degree required by law. Now, your solicitor suggested that you move forward tonight. It was also pointed out there's no enforcement clause and no punishment in the law. What I want to point out is that attorneys such as the solicitor, when they pass the bar exam, take an oath to uphold the law. And by suggesting this meeting continue and be heard in full and voted on, I think is inconsistent with that ethical standard to pass the bar exam to uphold the law.
Mr. Zarum, please
Yes.
focus on the
I'm focusing
merits
on
of
this
the
because
ordinance,
this
not on
pertains
the
to the
merits of
solar ordinance.
individuals.
Excuse me, this pertains to the solar ordinance, okay?
You are
So
speaking
doesn't
on
the
the
law
merits of
because it's the
individuals,
zoning
not the
changes.
ordinance.
Please
You
don't
need to focus
interrupt
on
me.
the ordinance.
Please don't interrupt me. It says
Sir,
the
you
word
actually
shall.
interrupted me for the record. And again, as the chair, this is how this works. So please focus on the ordinance, not on the merits of individuals. You should be speaking on the merits of the ordinance. He's muted now. I don't know if it was on his end or what happened.
Somebody muted me. I'm going to ask that that be added back to my time. It is related to this ordinance that we're all here to discuss tonight, because that section of the law, Title 45, Section 2453, is directly applicable to zoning ordinances. In this case, it's directly applicable to 6-20. It wasn't properly noticed under that law. That law requires the city to have a system to take names of people that want to be notified, and that was not done, and people were not notified. And I believe the professor testified earlier that he wished he had more time. With that, I'm just going to ask you to do. Why would you not do what the city of Cranston did for its residents? And with that, have a moratorium so that this piece of legislation is properly written so we don't have problems in the future. With that, now I'm going to move on to the true intent, which is to basically allow an industrial use in a residential zoned area. Right now, my understanding, and Mr. Lucas, look, please correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody wants to put solar in residential, they would have to get a zoning change to industrial if it's large scale like this. Why on earth would you take some of the largest residential parcels and allow large scale solar to be put in when we have a shortage of affordable housing in our city? It's zoned residential. It should stay residential. It should stay residential for residential land use. It's just crazy to go put panels in that could go anywhere in the United States. All this energy goes on the grid, such as National Grid, not National Grid, the company, but National Grid, the way electricity is shared as a resource in this country. It can go to the Southwest, where they have acres and acres and hectares of open arid land that's more suitable. Warwick is not the best place for solar. This is only being done because certain people are going to line their pockets. And you talk about economic benefits, I don't see any for the community. None were mentioned. And what I see is a detriment, because most people that I know that own a residential zone property don't want solar across the street. I've heard people say you're going to get low-income housing. Many people I know would prefer housing of any sort because it's much needed in these areas. Other than that, if you look at the chemistry of solar panels, you're basically establishing a toxic land site within the city of Warwick. All these systems eventually fail and are going to have to be cleaned up. I do know from a lot of the consulting work I've done, which is on very long-term contracts and planning for cost recovery on long-term contracts. I think that Luke did a very good job in trying to draft that, but history shows that those forecasts, you can't forecast out that far in time period. So I just, in the interest of everybody that owns residential property in the city, while the trees are important, this legislation is about land use and zoning. And I know earlier that Luke mentioned this wouldn't necessarily approve somebody's project, but I want to talk that a lot of people this evening are mincing words. And I want to clarify.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Okay, there's a difference between approving something and allowing something. This resolution would allow the use of large-scale solar in a residential zone, which is more appropriate for housing projects. And I would ask you to oppose and vote no on approval for this and preserve residential zone property for residential use and not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zarum. May we have the next caller, please?
Mr. Chairman, I have to temporarily promote this person to panelist. They're using an older version of Zoom.
I can't hear whatever it is you're saying. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I have to temporarily promote this person to a panelist because they're using an older version of Zoom.
Got it. Is that Mr. Cornell or somebody else? Because oh wait, no, it's got to be somebody else because it's a panelist. Oh, it is Mr. Cornell.
Hello. Yeah, so Nathan Cornell, member of the Warwick Land Trust. So to start off, I would like to thank the City Council for accepting amendments from last night's meeting. Not last night, the last meeting for regarding the protection of old growth and city property that is much needed because old growth is a very rare and critically endangered ecosystems that's slowly disappearing, and Warwick still has some left. So I'm glad that that was implemented. And regarding the city property, that is reflected in page 10, section line 18, and it says SESs and ESFs shall not be allowed on portions of city-owned properties containing more than 4 acres of contiguous land which has been forested for 40 years preceding the date of a development application. So my question, which is to the solicitor, is like the purpose of this is to prevent any solar projects on land that has more than 4 acres of contiguous land which has been forested for 40 years. When it says forested, that means continuously forest for 40 or more years. Does this statement reflect that?
Mr. Murray, did you hear that? Because I'm not sure I did, truthfully.
Yeah, I think I got the gist of it. So there is a provision, and this was at the suggestion of the land trust, that their concern was that city properties would not be adequately protected from deforestation should we decide to use public property for solar. So we wrote in a provision for protection of 4 contiguous acres or more of wooded land, because my point being, they were originally proposing that if there was 3 acres, I believe, or more of contiguous land, it couldn't be used, period. We found the middle ground, or I think we did, in saying that we would do, if it was 4 acres or more of contiguous land, that portion of the site would be protected. Because if you have, let's say, a 50-acre site, 20 acres is wooded, that 20 acres would be preserved. But if there's 30 acres remaining, we could feasibly, consider solar on that. I've said over and over again that I don't envision this being an open door on solar and city property. As you know, it would go through the council. Most of our land is used as open space and parks. We also have protected lands under conservation easements. The idea was, quite frankly, on things like Mickey Stevens Complex, where we do have some contaminated portions, it offers a tool in the toolbox for considering solar where we may not be able to do recreation economically. However, it may be used for recreation. So again, I look at these things as tools and toolboxes that we use in planning to look at. Some people consider project by project. We don't consider that. We work really hard to look at holistically how we move land development in the best benefit for the city. This is one of those tools.
Yeah, and I appreciate everything, Lucas, that you've done and listened to our concerns, and I definitely know that is the intention, and I'm all for that as the intention. I just want to make sure that legally, what your intention is reflected by the wording in there, because especially from also a comment made by an earlier speaker, it made it sound like this could be interpreted like something else, because the purpose is if more than 4 acres, that it would be 40 continuously forested for 40 or more years. And when I say when it says forested, it shouldn't be like forced operations like timber harvesting, like just continuously a forest for 40 or more years. And I'm just wondering if the language reflects that exactly. So that's my question for the solicitor.
So I guess to be more blunt, it does reflect that if it's 4 acres or more, that those areas would be protected on city property.
I see, it just says which has been forested for 40 years. So when it says forested, I'm just hoping that's not misinterpreted as a forced operation. So that's, I know what your intention is, and your intention is good. That's not why I'm disagreeing with it. I just want to make sure that the legal wording is exactly what your intention and what my intention is, to protect forest land on city property that is 4 or more acres, which has been continuously a forest for 40 or more years. Because here it says to contain more than 4 acres of continuous land which has been forested for 40 years preceding the date of a development application. So does that imply that is 40 or more years, or exactly 40 years? So I'm just want to make sure it's legally sound, because it's a very important ordinance, and I just don't want any issues with that.
So what I can state on the record is that the intent is that forested means to contain trees, not be forested in terms of timbering.
Thank you. And I know that's your intention, and I'm not disputing that. That's to be clear. I just want this to be right, and I know that your intention is good. So I thank you for listening to our suggestions, and I know you did this on the land trust behalf, and I definitely appreciate that. I just want to make sure that the language is legally sound. So I just wanted a legal opinion on it, just to make sure. So is there a solicitor that could answer that question?
Hold on one moment, and you're gonna have to restate it.
Okay.
Fire away.
SEFs and ESFs shall not be allowed on portions of city-owned properties containing more than 4 acres of contiguous land which has been forested for 40 years preceding the date of a development application. This is page 10, line 18.
And so you want to know what aspect from the solicitor?
Yes, just to make sure it reflects what Mr. Lucas' intent with it was. That'd be to protect city land, which is which at least 4 acre which contains more than 4 acres of contiguous land which has been forested for 40 years, so 40 or more years, like, sorry, so like solar, so SEFs and EFS, which are any solar operations, shall not be allowed on portions of city-owned properties. So containing more than 4 acres of contiguous land. So what continuous means forested land. Well, land that has been continuously forested for 40 years preceding the date of development application. So that's 40 years or more. The intention is 40 or more years, which has been, so it's been a continuous forest for 40 or more years. So that would cover old growth too, and also old second growth, which wouldn't be covered really concerned with old growth, but just mature forest really. This is protecting mature forest. So we don't lose any of our mature forest on city property to solar development. So just making sure it's not exactly 4 years, it's 40 or more years.
So let me, there's a provision in here that protects old growth trees specifically. Old growth trees cannot be touched under this ordinance. So
yes.
Again, unlike residential, any other type of development, this is written in, so if a development wants to move forward for solar, they cannot cut old growth trees. As far as the forestation, the provision that you're speaking to, and again, I guess just for the solicitor's benefit, this was written in specifically to protect 4 acres of contiguous forested land on city property, 4 acres or more. If there's 4 acres or more of the contiguous forested property, then it would be protected. It would not be eligible to be developed. Once you get outside of that contiguous zone, then it would be eligible for development. Is that the way you read it?
Yes, and it's for 40 or more years, correct?
Nathan, I was actually asking the solicitor.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yes, I've been following the discussion, Councilor Walsh. Yes, that's how I read it, and quite frankly, I don't know how it could be any more clear. It says it shall not be allowed on portions of city-owned properties containing more than 4 acres of contiguous land. I'm just, maybe because I missed the first part of Mr. Cornell's comments that I'm not understanding, but based on the explanation given by Mr. Murray this evening, I wouldn't suggest any alterations to that language, I guess.
Yeah, Nathan, I'm in the same boat. I was confused because once you even read it aloud, its own terms does what you want it to do. So I'm not sure if we're following properly.
Okay, so yeah, so my thing is not really the 4 acres of contiguous land. That it's just when it says 40 years preceding the date of the development application, does that imply 40 or more years? Like it has to, like, would that imply anything over that too? Like if, for example, 41, if it has been continuously a forest for 41 years, would that be covered by this?
So if there was a proposal on a city-owned property, it would, per this ordinance, we would bring in a certified arborist to assess the trees and determine if it had been contiguous forest of 40 years. The intent here, honestly, I wove this in at the request of the land trust to provide additional protections for forests on city land. And I think, to the point that we've been extremely robust in our protections, unlike any other type of development. So this specific provision was written in for that. I think it does or will do what you intend. I don't know. We went through several iterations of this, and I don't know how to be any more clear on how it's, how this would move forward. Obviously, there's unpredicted, as they said, there's always unintended consequences or unforeseens, but I truly believe this will do what you intended to do, which is protect larger spaces of contiguous forest.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucas, for answering that question. And sorry to put you through this. I appreciate your patience on this. I just wanted to make sure this was legally clear, but thank you for listening to us and for your explanation. Now, the next thing I'm going to cover is regarding the YMCA. Leslie earlier brought it up how like the YMCA has been grilling trees, and I can confirm that. I've been there myself, and there are pockets of old growth in there that they've actually tried to girl the tree. So girling is when they cut the outer bark out of the tree in like a ring. So it prevents the tree from absorbing water, therefore killing the tree. So by doing that, they're intentionally trying to kill the trees. So when they say, if they say, for example, the forest is dying, like it's not naturally dying, they're killing the trees. So that is very concerning to me, since there's pockets of old growth in that forest with trees that could be 200, 300 years old. And it's also American beech forest, one of the largest in the state of Rhode Island. And American beech is extremely rare, since that's a sign of a last stage mature forest and a important native species. So what's happened in YMCA, I think definitely needs to be looked into and and if they want to do a solar project, they cannot do it if there is old growth there. And I have also got an opinion from a certified arborist who's also confirmed that there's old growth on that property. So just something to keep an eye on. And there's a healthy American chestnut too there. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. And also I'm concerned about chemicals seeping into the ground from these solar farms. That concerns me because I'm worried of the ground becoming contaminated. And also, as Leslie said, if that can kill roots of trees. And she was absolutely correct regarding American beech tree roots, because they are asexual species. So they reproduce actually through the root system. So usually when you have the mother beech tree, which is a larger one, and then you have the smaller ones around it, generally are its descendants. So and one thing that the YMCA found that was interesting is that you have the mother beech trees, and then you have smaller ones surrounding it, protecting the tree, because they did some forestry operation recently that was not good and threatened the tree. So what's happening there, they're actually, their descendants are trying to protect the mother beech tree, which is very interesting. But yeah, I'm concerned about things seeping into the ground, because that can certainly happen. And also, if these certain forest lands become certain open space areas where solar farms become parks, we need to make sure that the ground is not contaminated, because that could really have carcinogenic particles, and that could be very problematic. And I also agree with Martha Cruciani regarding the carports, because like we have so much asphalt and so much parking lots in Warwick that we really need to utilize it. For example, the Warwick Mall has about 20 acres of parking lots which could be utilized as carports. The Rhode Island Mall has at least 15 acres of parking lots that could be utilized for carports. So we need to utilize those spaces. And also along Route 2, there's tons of parking lots that can be utilized for carports. So we really, is where the solar should be. And also, like, to address somebody who spoke earlier, who's a professor, he brought up how like trees, they cool down the atmosphere. He's absolutely correct. There is actually something called evapotranspiration. That is when trees, when water evaporates from the tree leaves and it actually cools. And actually one tree can produce about like the equivalent of 10 room size air conditioners operating 20 hours a day. One tree can produce that. And also trees also produce cool the atmosphere through shade, because they reflect their sun's radiation by preventing it from reaching the ground. So cools the ground. So like for climate change, trees are very important for fighting climate change. And also by cutting down old growth trees, that's even worse, because they have more carbon storage than other forests, because there's so much hundreds of years of trees just decaying and all that carbon going to the ground. So once you cut down the forest, all that carbon goes into the atmosphere. So it's a huge pollutant, especially with old growth trees. So that's something we definitely need to keep an eye on. But yeah, so I just going forward, I just hope that the city council and the city make sure that people follow this these amendments to the letter with regard to old growth and protecting the city property, because I know like some of these companies will try to find ways around it and might even try to sabotage the trees on their property, as it appears might be the case with YMCA. So we just need to make sure that we save and protect these resources and make sure that nothing happens, that make sure no one harms these trees before they come before you. Thank you.
Nathan, you got a little less than 30 seconds left if you have anything else.
There's I think that's pretty much it. Thank you. And also again, thank you, Lucas, for answering my questions. Sorry for putting you through all that. I just wanted to be thorough, because this is very important ordinance and I want to make sure it's all correct. But thank you for your efforts, and thank you for listening to, because that was a land trust initial suggestion. So thank you for taking it into court, because protecting city property, like I don't want to see Dollar Farm, for example, clear cut. That would be a travesty. So thank you for putting that into this ordinance. So so that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to take a brief 5-minute break.
working, right? There we go. All right, ordinance to reconvene at 10:08. So based on the input of everyone who came tonight and those who participated via Zoom, and out of abundance of caution, I'm going to make a motion to amend the title of the ordinance, and Solicitor Walsh has the wording.
Chairman Sinapi moves to amend the title of PCO 6-20 Substitute A, which currently reads an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinances, regulations for installation of solar energy systems. The amendment is to add at the end of the title and amending administrative procedures for overlay districts in section 305 of Appendix A zoning ordinances.
Second.
And bear in
Mr. Chair,
mind,
could you have that repeated, please? We couldn't get that.
Chairman Sinapi has moved, and it has been seconded by Councilman McElroy, to amend the title by adding at the end of the current title, quote, and amending administrative procedures for overlay districts in section 305 of Appendix A zoning ordinances.
thank you. Councilman Lattiser, did you get that?
I got it too. Overlay districts. I don't write so quick. So I got amending administrative procedure for overlay districts.
In section 305 of Appendix A, comma, zoning ordinances.
Thank you.
So the full title for everyone if it were adopted is going to be PCO 6-20. This would be substitute B, I
Sub B.
believe. So the final product of this, if successful, would be PCO 6-20 substitute B, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinances, regulations for the installation of solar energy systems, and amending administrative procedures for overlay districts in section 305 of Appendix A zoning ordinances. It has been moved and seconded.
And now can we take the vote now? Any comments or questions from members of the council? Or committee, sorry, skip the step. And I should add, for those wondering, I'm going to move to hold afterwards, So any comments or questions from members of the council?
Chairman, I didn't hear the comment you said before. Any questions?
Oh, just so people are aware, I'm going to move to hold afterwards because we have to go through the process of properly advertising it based on the new title.
Good decision.
And any members of the public have any questions or comments on the proposed motion to amend? Thing anymore.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Snappy. I just had a question. So this is going to be re-noticed. What actually is being re-noticed? Just the second passage, or are you going to re-notice a hearing and go back to the hearing process and start anew?
It's my understanding that it's the latter, but is that correct?
The substitute B would send this back to first passage.
Meaning no public hearing, but the council would have discussion and public comment in committee?
I believe the intent is to, yes, hold further public hearing on this as first passage.
Okay, could I ask that the registry be in place to get more public participation before that event happens? We know time is short and there are amendments, and we want the public to be up to date with amendments so they can fully participate in a public hearing process.
Everything will be properly noticed as we move forward. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. I look forward to seeing the registry up and running soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else as far as members of the public in person? And so now we have a few left over Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, so you were going to make a motion now to hold this.
Currently have the amendment before us. Whatever decision of the committee thereafter is the committee's discretion, but we have a motion and a second on the amendment.
Yeah, I yield to the solicitor as far as whether or not we could take the vote now or have to go through each of the comments first. Stand by.
If the motions are successful and the indication is this item is going to be restarting in the whole process, it's appropriate for the committee to move forward with the amendment and the stated intention. If that's the case to hold, we can curtail discussion at this point in time because the whole process is going to restart. And there'll be ample opportunity for 2 rounds. There'll be a public hearing in the future as well as a second passage if that's the council's pleasure. So there'll be future opportunities for input on the item before us as it's reconstituted after an amendment.
All right, with that in mind, there's a motion made and seconded to amend the title as previously stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now I move to hold to the next meeting, which I believe is, let's see, August 16th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Point of order. Would holding to the...
Yes, I know what you're asking. Would it give us the 3 weeks necessary to advertise?
Correct.
Yes.
So it would give us the time necessary. Okay, then I'll also vote in favor.
All right, motion made, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
So, motion passes. Yes. Next, we have PCO 9-20, ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. Councilwoman Travis, this is second passage.
Move favorable action.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? And I
Yes,
see a
Mr.
lot of
Chairman.
hands up, but I suspect it's in regards to the prior ordinance. But if they're going to stay up.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, if we could just make an announcement. So just for everybody watching at home, the last PCO 6-20 was held. So we are no longer discussing the solar ordinance that we were discussing before. We are going to refile. They're going to have a public hearing on that, and we will have ample opportunities for people to discuss that at a future meeting. So what the chairman is on now is number 2, PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. So if individuals would like to speak on PCO 9-20, this is the appropriate time. We are not discussing anything else at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it doesn't look like we have any members of the public in person, but as it stands, we do have a few over Zoom. Could we have the first attendee on Zoom, please?
Hi, I am very sorry. I don't know how to undo a *9. I did want to speak on the solar bill. This is Barbara Walsh, but I didn't know how to undo it, so sorry.
Walsh, I'm having a real hard time making out what you're trying to say. I heard solar ordinance, but that's it.
I didn't want to speak on this current bill. I was on hold for the solar bill, but I didn't know how to undo my *9 request.
Understood.
So sorry about that.
No worries.
Bye.
Can we have the next caller, please? Or Zoom attendee, I should say. Sir, it looks like you've been enabled, but that you've muted yourself. You're gonna have to unmute yourself to be able to speak. It's Michael, I apologize in advance, Tajid? I'm guessing you've already tried to unmute him. All right. Could we please move on to the next call for now? We'll try again afterwards. Mr. Oakworth, if you're there, you just have to unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, they both have the ability to speak. They simply have to unmute.
Yeah, as the council president pointed out, looks like they both lowered their hands too. So I guess we'll try one more time. Any members of the public wish to speak on PCO 9-20? All right, seeing none, we can have a motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is PCO 15-19 Sub A, an ordinance regarding health insurance for city employees. Councilman Lattiser. This is first passage as amended.
Hold August 30th.
Request by the sponsor to hold till August 30th.
Second.
I guess I'll move the hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Next is PCO 4-21 ordinance in regards to amending the process and requirements as they apply to individuals' claims. Councilman Lattiser, this is first passage, not drafted.
Hold September 20th.
Request by the sponsor to hold till September 20th.
Hold to September 20th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 9-21, an ordinance requiring the city council, the Warwick City Council, to receive 60-day notice prior to taking a voted on any contract or benefit package in the city of Warwick. Councilman Lattiser, first passage, not drafted.
Hold August 30th.
Request by the sponsor to hold till August 30th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 11-21, an ordinance amending Section 10-8 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances, adding a prohibition on the sale of gasoline products to unregistered off-road recreational vehicles. This would be first passage, not drafted, and it's me. Unfortunately, the General Assembly, for whatever reason, didn't take up the enabling legislation necessary for us before they closed session. So the soonest we'll be able to have this done by them is fall. And that, for those who don't know, we need the enabling legislation to pass before we can pass ours. And even though this says it's not drafted, it in fact is. So we're going to have to hold this, and given that the earliest is the fall session, I guess we hold till October 18th. I'm not entirely clear when the fall session starts, to be honest. Yeah, so it's up in the air. So I guess we'll go October 18th for now, and we'll play it by ear. So motion to hold to October 18th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 17-21, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant storefronts. This is me, first passage, not drafted. Going to hold till August 30th. Motion to hold.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCR 41-21, resolution in regards to establishing a charter commission. Councilman Lattiser, this is not drafted.
Hold to, let's go to September 20th.
I heard September 20th, right?
Can I be added?
Councilwoman Travis? Yeah, me as well.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chair, this does need to get updated because I believe Councilwoman Travis, yourself, and I believe Councilman Ricks, I think, had co-sponsored this as well.
Alrighty, and now we have request to hold by the sponsor to September 20th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just make sure I'm not missing something. That looks like everything's an ordinance. Ordinance will conclude at 10:24 p.m.
The Public Safety Committee is up next. This is Chairman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy.
He was. Mm-hmm. He passed that. Gun thing, huh?
The Public Safety Committee comes to order at 10:27. There are no minutes to approve. PCR 98-21 resolution relative to claims, and we have two. The first one is Robert Apt, and it is recommended approval in the amount of $2,076.29. Do we have a motion?
I believe that's the second item on the agenda, but no worries there.
Oh, I know. This is the first one. Excuse me, the first one will be Bradford Janite. And that is for approval in the amount of $875.30. So that is the one we are addressing. A motion for favorable action.
All appears to be in order. Department recommends payment in the amount of $875.30, which is consistent with the lowest of the three estimates provided by the claimant. Therefore, move favorable action in the amount of $875.30.
Second.
Excuse me, I didn't ask for comments. Should I have done that first? Thank you. Let's backtrack a little bit. I'm sorry. Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the public? I'm sorry, the council? Any comments from members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We do have one. Could you unmute that for me? Please identify yourself.
Mr. Oakworth, please unmute.
Mr. Chairman, I believe these are the same two individuals that had their hands up before and haven't been unmuted.
Okay.
So they're muted on their end.
So we can move forward? Can you move to the next person? Can you give me 1 second, Councilman, please? I just want to make sure what's going on here. They're down, the hands are down. Okay, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm reading the police department report, and I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here, but it says, Janite advised that on 5/12/21 at approximately 1100 hours. Well, okay, I just got my own answer. So this is a firefighter whose vehicle apparently was under a ladder truck where this aluminum conduit pipe fell off. Is that correct? Do I understand?
That's how I read it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other comments from members of the council? All right, a motion for favorable action.
Move favorable action in the
Second.
amount of $875.30.
It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You can bow, no. The second claim is Robert Apt, and the motion, I'm sorry, the recommendation is for favorable action. Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dijit has raised his hand again.
Mr. Cody, could you unmute?
Hello? Oh, fine. I just wanted to bring you up to date on this matter because I know you're concerned about it. We got Friday night got a message.
Mr. Cody cannot hear you well at all.
Which said that he would withdraw these missiles and technicians and so on, providing we did not plan to invade Cuba. We then got a message, the public one, the next morning, in which he said he would do that if we withdrew our missiles from Turkey. We then,
Mr. Janine, we cannot hear you in the council chambers.
Get into that deal. So we then got this message this morning. So we're now have to wait to see how it unfolds, and there's a good deal of complexities to it.
Mr. Chairman, I muted Mr. Gigi. Do you want me to unmute him again?
Good evening. In recent months, members of my administration and officials of the committee for what has come to be known as the Watergate affair.
Can I have a recommendation on what to do on this situation?
I believe we have another hand raised. If we could bring in the second caller and try and work on the technical issues with the first.
And is the second caller Mr. Cody? Mr. Cody, could you unmute yourself?
Yes, Council, just for your own edification, at the last claimant, Mr. Tonight, the chairman of the committee did not ask for any comment from the general public. You asked for comment.
Yes, I did, sir.
Council?
I'm sorry. I did.
No, you did not. You asked for comment from the council. Mr. Ladislaw made a council and made a comment, and then you moved on. And the record will show that. Just giving you the heads up that that's an error that could be claimed as a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you for your input. Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, given the late hour, we should conclude the claim of Mr. Apt, and if we can go back after that to make sure that there's any other public comment on the first item, we'll clarify that issue.
So finish Mr. Apt and go back and redo Mr. Janite?
Yes.
That's your recommendation? So be it. So we're on Mr. Apt's claim, and are there any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
I have someone here. I'm just
okay.
trying to work through these
No
technical
problem.
issues. Is there a Mr. McGovern wishing to speak?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the United States of America was attacked by naval and air forces.
Seeing no more hands from the public, Councilman Lattiser, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the police report, it's saying, and specifically it says this, I don't know what the reasoning is, but I'd like to know. That happens to be a pretty narrow street over there to start off with. And the fire department is responding to an emergency situation. Obviously, the main concern is to get there and deal with it. It says here, vehicle 2 was a 2009 blah, 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 owned by Robert Apt. Apt's vehicle was parked facing northbound in front of his home when it was struck by a fire truck. I'm curious as to why that was put in there, facing northbound. Was it because the car was parked with left wheels to the curb? Maybe that car shouldn't have been parked there at all. So I'm just curious about that. I am familiar with the street. It is a narrow street, pretty difficult to maneuver down there with fire truck.
Chairman, if I may?
Yes, Councilman Ricks.
I would take the position that even if the car were a little further off of the curb or technically parked facing the wrong direction, that so long as the vehicle was parked, then the fire truck hitting it, I would be comfortable approving the claimant's claim on those grounds that it was parked.
Any other comments from members of the council? Any comments, any more comments from the public? Seeing none. Motion for favorable action?
Thank you. Move favorable action in the amount of the lowest of the three estimates and as recommended by the city in the amount of $2,076.29.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going to go back to the first claim, which is Bradford Janite. The recommendation is favorable action in the amount of $875.30. Any comments from members of the committee? Seeing none. Any comments from members of the council? Seeing none. Any comments from members of the public? Mr. Cody, please, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so I read the report and I'd just like to find out, this was happening on the grounds of the fire station. What type of loose piece of pipe falls out of a ladder truck onto a car? And what were the particulars of why there was a loose piece of pipe in a ladder truck that could fall onto a piece of car, of a vehicle? Does anyone have the particulars on that?
I'm looking at the report right now to answer your specific questions. I do not see any, but the finance department did not find any grounds for denial.
So the finance department approves this. We have this just piece of pipe that just happens to fall out of a ladder truck, and no one questions what piece of pipe. Was it a piece of operational equipment? What type of loose piece of pipe is actually existent in a ladder truck, in the boom of a ladder truck? I mean,
Excuse me, what is, sir, if I may, what it says on the report is the crew was performing routine maintenance on one of the ladder trucks. The ladder was, that as the ladder was rotating above his personal vehicle, an aluminum rod fell from the top of the ladder approximately 40 feet off the ground. The rod landed on the roof of his truck, causing 2 significant dents.
right. So what loose piece of aluminum rod is relevant to the maintenance? That's the question that I have. Why is there a loose piece of aluminum rod that's not specified? What type of aluminum rod do you use during maintenance of a ladder? So, I mean, it just stands to question. It's pretty unsubstantiated. I mean, do we usually keep loose pieces of I don't know, metal objects in the ladder truck that could happen to just fall out? What was the relevance to maintenance of this loose piece of aluminum rod? And I think that question should be answered. I mean, did somebody just make a mistake and, I don't know, what's the piece of loose equipment that fell? Was it a wrench? Was somebody in the process of tightening up a tension control bolt and the wrench fell? But all we have is this loose piece of aluminum. Do we regularly have random loose pieces of material that could happen to fall out of a ladder truck, you know, through a house and hurt somebody? I mean, come on, guys. No one's querying this question, what this object was that just happened to fall out onto the vehicle of another firefighter. I mean, to me, it seems kind of irresponsible that in the boom of a ladder truck, you have loose objects. I mean, seriously, nobody's asking what this question, how did this happen? Just write it off, sign it off, and yeah, we'll pay the bill. What fell? Does anyone know what fell? Can anybody on the city council or on this committee tell me what this loose piece was that fell? Was it something that was broken on the boom extension of the ladder? Do we have any definitive information as to what this quote unquote random loose piece was? What was it? Nobody can answer that question, but you're ready to write the check. I mean, this is what's due process. These are common sense questions and no one's asking them. And this is what's wrong with this council. Write the check. We don't know, have no idea. Some phantom piece of object just fell out of the sky. Write the check.
Mr. Cody, so thank you for your concerns. Is there any?
I'm asking you as the chairman to
Any other
answer the
point you
question.
wish to make, sir?
You can't answer the question.
The chair is speaking, sir. I
You
have a
can't
question
answer the
for you.
question.
No, you're right. I cannot answer that.
Then you can't approve it if you can't answer it. That would be incompetent.
Are there any other points you wish to make, sir?
I think I've made the obvious point that this is an incompetent decision.
Thank you for your input. Are there any
Chair?
other comments from the public? Any other comments from the public?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. I'm looking over these estimates here, and I want to point out that the estimate for $2,533, while I understand that's not what was approved, unless I'm reading it wrong, I don't see anything on this estimate that speaks to the repair of damage to a roof. It speaks to electrical, satellite antenna. It speaks to a windshield. Speaks to a headliner. It speaks to a roof panel. It speaks to back glass dodge, but I don't see anything in here. I don't see where, all of these things have anything to do with a dented roof. So I realize that's not what was voted on, but just wanted to put that out there for the record.
Thank you. Any other comments on the council? Motion for favorable action?
I'll have a brief comment, and I do see on that estimate in question, it appears that a significant amount of the labor on that estimate is for the roof panel, and then some additional labor when it comes to the painting. And then one can imagine that with the repair or replacement of the roof panel comes the satellite connection, and it also appears the windshield could also be related. To give a little more detail, just as stated in the recommendation memo, it's described as an aluminum aluminum conduit pipe, and then it's also described as being 10 inches long. So I'm satisfied with the description of exactly what happened here. The lowest of the three estimates provided is $875.30. Therefore, move favorable action in the amount as recommended by the department of $875.30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 2, ordinance restricting sale of firearms near schools and daycares. Councilman Sinapi.
So number one, this also needs enabling legislation, and for the same reasons as the prior one I mentioned, the General Assembly's out of session, so it won't be back till the fall, and that's if we can convince them it's worthy for the fall. And unfortunately, the main concern that we were seeking to stop, one particular issue, already went through before we could get anything passed by the General Assembly. So I'm going to hold this till, I believe I held the other one till the second meeting of October, so I want to do the same for this one.
What's the date?
10/18.
10/18? Thank you.
Please.
The next item, item 3. Oh, motion to hold as per the sponsor.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 3, PCO 1521, an ordinance in regards to no parking in front of 20 Ottawa Avenue. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I'd like to have favorable action, have a traffic study with that.
Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from the council? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, motion for favorable action?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 4, PCR 9520, resolution regards to erecting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackman Place, Worth Street, Crystal Drive, and Lockwood Street. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recently met with the police department to review this issue over there again. So let's just hold this until August 30th, please.
August 30th?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 5, PCO 18-21, ordinance in regards to no parking signage on the south side of Chapman's from house number 406 to corner and on pole 30-84 at 420 Chapman's Avenue. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for favorable action. I have a traffic study, and the neighbors in these houses that are listed are supportive of this. I ask for favorable action.
Okay. Any comments from the committee? Any comments from the council? Any comments from the public? Seeing none.
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 6, PCO 19-21, ordinance relative to registration of vacant houses in the city of Warwick. Councilman Sinapi.
So I'm working with minimum housing and the building department on this. I'm going to hold it till the August 30th meeting, assuming I got the date right.
Hold at 8:30.
Yes, please.
Motion to hold and deference. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The committee closes at 10:51.
Yep, and it's yours is upstairs.
It is now 10:53 and the Intergovernmental Committee is in session. There are no minutes to accept. First order of business, PCO 10-21, ordinance amending section 40-33 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances, adding additional penalties for unlawful use of unregistered off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles. First passage not drafted. Councilman Sinapi.
So it's the same as the companion bill. So I request to hold this until October, I've already forgot the 18th. So motion to hold till October 18th.
Seconded.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Number 2, PCR 79-21, a resolution to the General Assembly in relation to computation of municipal employee overtime. Councilman Ricks.
Pardon me, if you could repeat the title?
Okay.
All right, so I'm not sure if it would be the pleasure of the council or rather of the committee to hear this this particular evening, or if another time when we may have more time to discuss on August 16 may be preferred.
Are you requesting it to be held to August 16th?
I think that, oh, I see the council solicitor.
It's nothing legal related, but we just held PCO 620 to the 16th. So if we're concerned about time, I might respectfully suggest a later date.
Given that
Thank
they're
you,
out of,
fair point.
given that they're out of session, it's not like you don't have time.
In that case, let's hold to 8:30.
Motion to hold.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. May I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes, Councilman.
If I remember correctly, Councilman Ricks, didn't you move this to this meeting date on under Rule 6?
Let's see, if my memory serves, I believe that it was moved to this meeting date against my request, and then in invoking Rule 6, I invoked that it be held no later than the second meeting in August, which would be August 30th.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
So you made the motion. And I seconded it. All right, restate your motion.
Just gonna reiterate, motion to hold till August 30th.
Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till August 30th and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 3, PCR 81-21, a resolution in observance of cancer awareness. Not drafted. Councilman Sinapi.
So we want to make sure this is done in time for the September meeting, and just to make sure we're not scrambling, I prefer to do this the first meeting of August,
That would be the 16th.
Which I somehow can't remember still. So move to hold till August 16th.
Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till August 16th and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Number 4, PCR 82-21, a resolution requesting the General Assembly review
language in Rhode Island General Laws 28-12-4.1 overtime pay and its fiscal impact on Rhode Island's cities and towns. Councilman Gebhardt.
Let's hold till August 30th, please.
Motion to hold till August 30th.
Second.
We have a motion to hold to August 30th and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 5, PCR 91-21, resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation allowing for the restriction of the sale of firearms in the vicinity of a school or daycare by any seller, except that any such sellers currently operating under such circumstances shall be exempted thereof at that particular location. Councilman Sinapi.
Move the hold till August 30th.
Seconded.
Have a motion to hold till August 30th and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, 10:59 and the Intergovernmental Committee is adjourned.
Both top and bottom? Do I have to do that? So I don't want to have to keep asking you guys.
Yep. Okay. My hearing isn't any good that I heard that.
He's got a pin on it. Is this public property? Rick's Foley Gebhardt.
All right. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 11:02 p.m. There are no minutes, therefore, item number 1. This is Councilman Snappy, first passage not drafted. PCO 30-19, ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. What's your pleasure?
We're going to hold this just for one meeting, so August 16th, please.
Hold to August 16th. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Councilman Lattiser, this is PCR 34-21, resolution in regards to leases for city-owned property, terms to include but not limited to rental fees and other considerations. Not drafted. Hold date, please.
Let's hold till September 20th.
Request to hold to September 20th. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Held to September 20th. All right, next up is Councilman Lattiser, PCR 42-21, a resolution in regards to designating a date to be determined Joe Galucci Day in the city of Warwick. Not drafted. Hold date, please.
August 30th.
Request to hold to August 30th.
Motion to hold.
All in favor? Aye. Held to August 30th. There being no further business, the committee closes at 11:03 p.m. Yes.
Oh, you all right? Throw that away too.
Yep, this is good.
We should have a trash bin somewhere nearby.
Yeah.
I don't need this anymore. This. All right. Let's get this moving. Yes, I got a little more power. Okay, that tells you something. The Red Sox are over. The game's over already.
Who won?
13-4, we did.
We won?
We won. Woo. Pavetta won. And the rookie, the kid, just up from Worcester, hit a home run.
Nice.
Yeah. I missed the Paw Sox. I used to work for them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was a glorified gopher. I was a clubhouse guy. I was the early guy. I was the old guy, OG.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It was a hell of a time.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now back into the regular council meeting. We have already done the roll call. We've done the salute to the flag. We've done executive communications. We've done general communications. Next up on the agenda is Rule 41. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each City Council public hearing meeting, there should be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for the comments shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak at this time? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak at this time? There's nobody in person, but we do have somebody, two people have raised their hands on Zoom. If, Chris, if we could let the first person in, so we will split the time.
Hi, Rob Cody, Ward 7. So it's 11:08 p.m. for public comment, and I'm sure everybody's really wondering why there's nobody in the council chambers to speak to you. I can remember, Mr. McAllister, in January and February when you said, well, the first thing we're going to do to accommodate the public is we're going to have the public comment at 7 o'clock or thereabouts to accommodate everybody. That seems to be pretty subjective depending on, how things are going. But, would you guys appreciate tomorrow morning at 4:30 when I get up to go to work, if I contacted all of you and call you to discuss an issue? You probably wouldn't appreciate that. And no one from the general public appreciates this time limit to speak at 11:08 p.m. It's totally irresponsible. That's number one. Secondly, I'd like to comment pertaining to the council's special guest tonight, Mr. Jody King. I think he did an excellent presentation. He's very well recognized, and I appreciate all his credentials. As an individual that grew up on the water with 40 years experience as a licensed captain and a shell fisherman and a person that put myself through college digging shellfish, I appreciate all of his comments. However, I think you need to look at this. He was a special guest from the city council that spoke for 26 minutes. But now the general public of the entire city of Warwick gets to split 15 minutes at 11:08 p.m. I mean, do any of you think that that's reasonable? It's not only unreasonable, it's irresponsible. So depending on whatever the situation may be, whoever is in favor by any particular council member at that time, we can bring in a special guest to speak ad nauseum for as much time as he or she wants with no restrictions, but the entire city of Warwick residents get to split 15 minutes at the open mic at 11:08 p.m. I mean, you guys need to look at yourself. I mean, the meeting tonight was an embarrassment and a particular example on how government is failing the general public. And you all need to go home and think about that. And also, set your alarm for 4:30 because I'm going to call all of you at 4:30 tomorrow morning, and we can have the chat as I waited for you this evening. Have a nice night.
Thank you very much. If we can unmute the next caller, please. Please identify yourself.
Hi, Barbara Walsh. I can't help but laugh given what Mr. Cody just said. He was quite funny. I wanted to thank you for finding a way to hold the solar siting bill so that people can regain their thoughts, digest this bill, because it's a new bill with these amendments compared to the one that was passed at the first passage night. There's more in it. It's different. People need time to digest it. And for me personally, I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand half of what's in this bill. It's written from the perspective of legalese, and it takes me a while to kind of plow through and get my thoughts together. So I'm very happy that I have a chance to do that in a more thorough way. I just want to make one suggestion about the process. I think it would be advantageous if the council did a special kind of advisory group kind of thing, like the folks reviewing Chapter 4. From my perspective, that's working very well because every thought and comment can at least be considered. And when you have the variety of experts that spoke tonight, I think it was pretty impressive. And I think the city and the city council should be very proud. You know, whether you feel annoyed or not sometimes, you should feel very proud that there are such people in the city with that kind of expertise who are just citizens trying to do right by the city, trying to help the city be a better city, and not helping to put dollars in developers' pockets, but to do what's right by everybody. It's very easy to develop a bill that just makes it easy for people to make more money. It's a lot more of a challenge to balance it and to do it in the way that makes sense for the city, for the environment, for the health of people, et cetera, et cetera. And that's going to take some time if it's going to be done right. I would ask that you would consider inviting most of the people who spoke tonight, who were, as I said, quite impressive, and sit down with them. And if it takes a few meetings, that's a lot more effective than doing it at a full council meeting where you've got other business and people are limited to what they can say. So I would just ask you to consider that. I think the process would be a very effective one on behalf of the city and its land and its future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There are no more hands raised and there is no one signed up here. So we are going to move on to the first point, appointments requiring confirmation. There are none. Now we're going to move to the consent calendar, PCR 97-21, resolution relative to bids. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2022-060, statistical reappraisal of real estate located in the corporate limits of the city of Warwick, effective December 31st, 2021. Favorable action. I apologize, Mr. President. Favorable action on the following items. Item number 2, 2022-109, land evidence indexing services. Item number 3, 2019-210, State of Rhode Island telecommunications services. Item number 4, 2021-216, firefighting hoses. Item number 5, bid 2022-089, State of Rhode Island wireless cellular service. Item number 6, bid 2022-085, State of Rhode Island public safety emergency preparedness equipment. Item number 7, bid 2022-082, State of Rhode Island public safety communications equipment. Item number 8, 2022-080, workstations, laptops, tablets, printers, copiers, and computer peripherals. Item number 9, bid 2021-034, HVAC maintenance and repairs for city-owned buildings. Item number 10, 2022-081, Horizon event management software. Item number 12, bid 2022-070, Code of Ordinances supplementation. Item number 13, 2022-071, probate court advertising. Item number 14, 2022-072, city clerk advertising. Item number 15, 2021-288, auto body repair and market police vehicles. Item number 16, 2022-004, Alpha, bloodborne pathogen remediation. Item number 17, 2022-004, Bravo, bloodborne pathogen remediation. Item number 18, 2022-064, police detail tracking software. Item number 19, 2022-065, purchase drone accessories. Item number 20, bid 2022-069, medical examinations for the police. Item number 21, bid number 2022-083, CDR computer software for UAV. Item number 2022-084, service contract for LifePak 15 cardiac monitors. Item number 23, bid 2016-341, automated solar compacting trash receptacles. Item number 24, 2021-187, Bravo, various replacement automotive parts. Item number 25, bid 2021-382, State of Rhode Island Electrical Services. Item number 26, bid 2021-397, repairs to maintenance forklift. Bid 2022-026, purchase winter sand, Bid 2022-029, Alpha, quarterly fire alarm inspections. Bid 2022-029, Bravo, fire alarm panel inspections. 2022-029, Charlie, quarterly fire alarm panel inspections and testing. And 2022-029, Delta, quarterly fire alarm panel inspections and testings. Bid 2022-030, repair or rebuild hydraulic cylinders. Bid 2022-074, State of Rhode Island tree trimming and shrub removal. And the final item is bid 2022-091, rental of sanitary trailer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Next is PCR 98-21, a resolution relative to claims. Councilman Foley.
Favorable action.
For action, Mr. Foley.
There are two claims.
I
One
just
is
move it one more time for favorable, and we'll get a second. You move it favorable and move favorable.
move favorable action.
Second. Second by Councilman Rex. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
The first claim is for Mr. Bradford Janite in the amount of $875.30, and the other is for Robert Apt in the amount of $2,076.29.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the consent calendar that were not asked earlier this evening in committees? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the consent calendar. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. I believe we have one item that was removed from the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilman Howe.
Yes, Mr. President. Formerly bid 2022-090, emergency services software is now PCR 99-21. Move favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis. And second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The request was to make a reduction in the original amount of $27,334.80 down to $20,000.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended. Yes.
Yes.
We're getting advice that we did not make a motion.
On the amendment.
Councilwoman Travis moved it, Councilman Foley seconded it, and so now we're doing favorable action on amendment. So we'll do the
Yes.
amendment for it then. Thank you.
Yes.
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 To amend. So now we're going to look for favorable action as amended. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any other questions on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended. Yes.
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 The motion passes. Thank you. We'll now move to unfinished business. First up is PCR 6-20 sub A. We are going to make an amendment on this, but I just want to make a quick comment on this, and I just want to commend everybody who participated this evening. We had members of the public, the city council, all giving input on this. We have now had over 6 hours of discussion on this between the two meetings, and the council listened, and I want to commend Councilman Anthony Sinapi, who chaired that committee. He heard the input from the residents. We want to make sure everything is lined up, and we're taking a step back. We're going to change the name of this, and we're holding it, and we're going to hear it again, and we are going to have first passage and second passage, and people will have the opportunity once again to have their voices heard. So I just want to commend all the residents that came out tonight. We had a number of people that were here in person that didn't even speak, but they were here for that. And that is why this council put that up first. We looked around. We want to be responsive to the residents of Warwick. And we knew that these people were here for that particular issue. And that's why we made sure that they were heard at the beginning of the council meeting. We went right back into the ordinance committee because that's what people were here to be, and we are being responsive. So I just want to commend all the members of the city that came out to discuss this. We look forward to continuing the discussion, And thank you very much. And I am going to ask a committee report ordinance.
So we had a motion to amend the title of this.
Okay. Let's first get a motion to amend. Councilman, you want to make that motion?
So I move to amend the title. Do we need to have it stated? So Solicitor Walsh has it.
Amend the, I can read it if you'd like.
Oh, if you got it too, that works.
Amend the title to become sub B and all, I may have the solicitor read that just to be safe.
The motion is to amend the title and hold on, excuse me. We're amending the title to become a sub B and add at the end of the existing title, quote, and amending administrative procedures for overlay districts in section 305 of Appendix A zoning ordinances.
Thank you. And the councilman, you made that motion, and we have a second from Councilman Gephardt. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And can we move it as amended? Councilman Snappy.
So we're actually going to move to hold this until the 16th of August.
Okay. We will hold to the August 16th. Next up is PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. Committee report ordinance.
Committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCO-9-20.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions that were not discussed in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Congratulations, Councilwoman Travis. I know you've been working on this a long time. Next up is PCO 16-21, an ordinance regarding modifications of the methods of calculating value exemptions. This is for second passage. Committee report finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCO-16-21.
Second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on this for second passage? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number 4 this evening is PCO 15-19 sub A, an ordinance regarding to health insurance for city's employees. This is held to August 30th. Next up is PCO 30-19, an ordinance involving state law regarding underutilized commercial property. This was not drafted. It's held to August 16th. Next up is PCO 4-21, an ordinance in regards to amending the process and requirements as they are applied to individual claims. This was not drafted, hold to September 20. Number 7 this evening is PCO 9-21, an ordinance requiring the Warwick City Council receive 60 days notice prior to taking a vote on any contract or benefit package in the city of Warwick. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to August 30th. Number 8 this evening is PCO 10-21, an ordinance amending section 40-33 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances. This was not drafted. It's going to be held until October 18th. Number 9 this evening is PCO 11-21, an ordinance amending section 10-8 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances. This was not drafted. It's going to be held until October 18th. Number 10 this evening is PCO 14-21, an ordinance restricting the sale of firearms near schools and daycares. This was not drafted. It's going to be held till October 18th. Number 11 this evening is PCO
Council
15.
President, can we first move to suspend the rules, 21A? Move for suspend Rule 21A because of the time.
Seconded.
Okay, any objections to suspending the rules at this time? Okay, hearing none, we will continue. Thank you, Councilman. Sorry. No. Next up is PCO 15-21, an ordinance in regards to no parking in front of 20 Ottawa Ave. This is for first passage, committee report, public safety.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCO-15-21.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on this that were not asked during the public safety committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
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 Thank you. Favorable action passes. Number 12 this evening is PCO 17-21, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant storefronts. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to August 30th. Number 13 this evening is PCR 15-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. This was held to September 20th. Number 14 is PCR 95-20, a resolution in regards to erecting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackman Place, Worth Street, Crystal Drive, and Lockwood Street. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to August 30th. Number 15 this evening is PCR 34-21, a resolution in regards to leases for city-owned properties, terms to include but not limited to rental fees and other considerations. This was not drafted, so it's going to be held to September 20th. Number 16 this evening is PCR 41-21, a resolution in regards to establishing a charter commission. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to September 20th. Number 17 this evening is PCR 42-21, a resolution in regards to designating a date to be determined for Joe Gallucci Day in the city of Warwick. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to August 30th. Number 18 this evening is PCR 79-21, a resolution to the General Assembly in relations to computation of municipal employee overtime. This was going to be held to August 30th. Number 19 is PCR 81-21, a resolution in observance of cancer awareness. This was not drafted. It's going to be held to August 16th. Number 20 this evening is PCR 82-21, a resolution requesting the General Assembly review language in RIGL 28-12-4-1 overtime pay. This is going to be held to August 30th. Number 21 is PCR 91-21, a resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation allowing for the restriction of sale of firearms in the vicinities of schools or daycares. This was not drafted. It's going to be held until August 30th. Number 22 this evening is PCR 94-21, 2022-031, the purchase of automated side loaders, refuse vehicles. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
A second by Councilman Gephardt. Any questions on this that were not discussed earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action. Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion passes. Number 23 this evening is PCR 95-21, 2022-032, purchase of the real loader, sanitation vehicle. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Gephardt. Any questions on this that were not discussed earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion passes. Number 24 this evening is PCR 96-21, 2022-048, the purchase of a 2022 or newer roll-off refuse vehicle. Committee report, finance.
Move favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions that were not discussed earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion passes. We are now moving on to new business. First up is PCO 18-21, an ordinance in regards to no parking signage on the south side of Chapman's from house number 406 to the corner on the pole of number 30-84 at 420 Chapman's Ave. Committee report, public safety.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis, can you move this for me, please?
Favorable action, PCO-18-21.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Howe and Councilman Foley. Any questions that were not discussed earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for first passage. Number 2 this evening under new business is PCO 19-21, an ordinance relative to registration of vacant houses in the city of Warwick. This was not drafted. It's going to be held until August 30th. We are now moving into the unanimous consent. Give me a second here, please. Okay. Ward 1, anything for unanimous consent? The docket.
No.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 8. Ward 9.
Pass.
We are now into the referral and advertising. First off is PCO 20-21, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick, Centerville Builders petitioner. Next up for referral and advertising, I need a motion to amend the agenda to add for referral and advertising PCO 6-20 sub B, an ordinance relative to the amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinances, regulations for the installation of solar energy systems, and amending administrative procedures for overlay districts in section 305 of Appendix A zoning ordinances.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Ricks, seconded by Councilman Foley and Councilman Howe and Councilman Sinapi and Councilwoman Travis. We don't have to take a vote on that. That is just a referral. Thank you very much. Okay, can we, Councilwoman Travis, can you move us to the docket session, please?
There be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
Second.
Thank you very much. Seeing no objection, we are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? No. Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Yes, Mr. President, I have one. It's a resolution. The contents is a resolution authorizing the recording of a transfer deed from Harborlight Marina to the city of Warwick of Assessors Plat 377, lots 66, 196, and 197 for highway purposes. Said parcels to become dedicated as public highways to be accepted, improved, and maintained by the city of Warwick for use by the general public. I do have the language drafted and the accompanying documents, and I would request it be assigned to public properties.
I was going to ask you that. Thank you. Public properties. Ward 6, anything to docket? Ward 8? Ward 9?
I have two. You have to bear with me on this first one. Resolution regarding placement of no parking either side signs on Beechwood Drive from Rosedale Road to the northernmost point, which dead ends at Sally Rock Point, on Baycliff Avenue from Somerset Road to Beechwood Drive, on Lakedale Drive between Beechwood Drive and Somerset Road, on Rosedale Avenue, on Sawyer Avenue north of Charlotte Drive, on Robert Avenue, on Hale Avenue, on Charlotte Drive from Robert Avenue to the easterly end of Charlotte Drive, and a no parking this side sign on the southerly side of Charlotte Drive from Robert Avenue to the westerly end of Charlotte Drive.
Councilman, is that an ordinance or a resolution?
That is an ordinance. That is an ordinance.
An ordinance. So we will put it in ordinance committee then.
And the second, are you ready for the second?
Go ahead.
No parking, boat loading and unloading only on Robert Ave north of Charlotte Drive.
Okay.
Can I restate that?
Go ahead, sir.
Resolution regarding the placement of a no parking, boat loading and unloading only sign on Robert Avenue north of Charlotte Drive.
So we'll place that in public safety.
Sorry. An ordinance regarding placement of a no parking, boat loading and unloading only sign on Robert Avenue north of Charlotte Drive.
Okay. We will put that in ordinance then. Thank you. Seeing that there's no more business before the city council, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much.